slot 1, Kyle Berkshire. In slot 2, Naoto Masumi. In slot 3, Kyle Gabbard. On deck, Ryan Gregnell, Sean Johnson, Zach Hammer, and Sean Kilburn.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from getting started. The first groups are making their way to the tee box as we speak. We are live from Portland, Connecticut for the Connecticut Challenge, brought to you by the Professional Long Drivers Association. Beautiful day out here today, this morning. Beautiful clear skies. It's about mid-70s right now. You can see by the flag, or you actually can't see it on the screen just yet, but there's no wind right now. It is completely calm. We have a interesting format today. We have a weird number to start with. I think there's 39 players in the field. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the round robin as usual with our ghost players, and then we're going to cut. We have 3 groups, and we're going to cut the field down to 24 players. And then we're going to take those 24 players and do a double elimination down to the winner. So we got a lot of hitting in store. 3 different groups, starting at 8, and then roughly 9:45, and then 11, so to speak, so close to it. I think we're going to roll straight through, no breaks. So final should get underway somewhere around 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right, in the first group, we have Kyle Berkshire, Brandon Flynn, Colton Casto, Ryan Gregnall, Sean Johnson, Bobby Ray, Naoto Masumi. And then Kyle Gabbard, Victor Bourget, Jared Forder, Zach Hammer, Sean Kilburn, Eddie Fernandez, and Earl Widener. Group 1 has made their way up to the tee box. In slot 1, we're going to have Kyle Berkshire. Slot 2 is Naoto Masumi. Slot 3 is Kyle Gabbard. And a ghost player in slot 4. Seamus giving us the tease. All right, here we go. First ball's in the air. First ball for Berkshire is unsatisfactory. In fact, I don't think anybody was too satisfied with that. A few OVs to get us started. Still no balls in play just yet. All right. So Naoto Masumi is the first to strike with a 345 on his second ball. Still waiting on numbers for the Kyles. Kyle Berkshire and Kyle Gabbard. All right, now Berkshire is on the board with 371. Ball number 4. I think it's going to be OB left for Naoto. Five seconds on the clock. Berkshire gets it off. I think, judging by Kyle Gabbard's reaction, I believe he was OB. So Berkshire is going to take set 1, and Naoto Masumi is going to be in second.
On deck, Colton Casto, Bobby Ray, Jared Forder, and Eddie Fernandez.
All right, coming to the tee now in slot 1, we're going to have Ryan Gregnaw. In slot 2, Sean Johnson. Slot 3 is Zach Hammer. And then Sean Kilburn in slot 4 here. Leaderboard back up. So we are hitting 5 times in the round robin as usual. And then we'll tally up the points. And we will take the top 8 from each group, giving us a total of 24 players this afternoon. And we will take those 24 players and we'll cut them down until we have a winner in a double elimination format. Now hopefully I'll be able to get some color commentary from somebody here in a minute. I know Sam Judah's in the building. It'd be nice to have Sam back on the mic. Bobby Ray mentioned it, so we might get him as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now for their first set, Ryan Gregnell, Sean Johnson, Zach Hammer, and Sean Kilburn.
All right.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
So here we go. Set number 2. Or, sorry, group number 2. Set number 1. Couple OBs from Sean and Greg Knoll, first balls. Zach Hammer, first on the board, 359. And a 310 for Sean Kilburn. Still no marks from slot 1 and 2. I see Sean has switched to the visor. I know there's a couple rumors of him going to the visor. It's working so far. And that looks like it's going to be OB right. Unless it turns over, he's staring at it. All right, so Greg Knoll's on the board at 343. Still no marks for Sean Johnson. Oh, now he's on the board 355. I love being corrected at the last minute. So this is a tight group, 356, 355, 359. All right, about 15 seconds left on the clock. Players down to the last balls. Zach Hammer still currently in the lead at 359.
Still putting the tee for their first set in slot
All right,
one.
so Zach Hammer is confirmed at 359.
Slot three,
Sean
Jared
Johnson is
Porter.
confirmed at
In slot two,
355.
Jared
Sean
Fernandez.
Kilburn is confirmed
On
at
deck for this
319.
offset one, Brandon
So we're
Flynn,
just waiting on Gregnall here.
Victor Burgett, and Earl Widener.
But it looks like Zach's going to end up taking the set. Unless we got some 6-ball magic from Ryan Gregnall. And we do. 366 from Gregnall. So he's going to steal the win from Zach. Zach's going to drop to second. Sean Johnson third. Sean Kilburn fourth. While we're waiting for the grid to clear.
Results in that last set, Ryan Gregnall, 366
That's how things have shaped up so far after two groups.
Sean Johnson, 355. Sean Kilburn, 319.
On the tee now in slot 1 is Colton Casto. Slot 2 is Bobby Ray. Slot 3, Jared Porter and Eddie Fernandez. And here in slot 4, Eddie was our senior winner yesterday. Fast Eddie trying to keep the quick momentum going into today. It's crazy. Eddie's in his 50s, and he's still able to compete
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, Colton
with some of the
Castro, Bobby
fastest
Ray,
guys in the
Jared
world.
Porter, Eddie Fernandez. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Imagine being over 50 years old and being able to swing a golf club over 150 miles an hour. Unreal. All right. Couple OBs for the first balls. And Eddie's first to strike with a 339. Another good shot from Eddie there. Should be another number. Colton Casso on the board, 345. And Jared Porter, 356. Eddie Fernandez was able to improve to 348. See if Bobby Ray can put this in play. All right, so he's on the board now at 342. 348. Eddie Fernandez. This is another tight group. Start the morning here. Ooh, 372, Bobby Ray. What a shot. All right. Well, that was a tight group until Bobby Ray had enough of it. He's like, I'm just going to go ahead and throw one out there about 20 yards past you guys. Eddie improves to 351. So Bobby Ray's going to take the set, 372, followed by Jared Forder. Eddie Fernandez in third, and Colton Castro in fourth.
Attention all hitters on the range. All hitters on the range. Please make sure you are aiming left. We're getting some errant balls out in the grid. Want to make sure our grid workers stay safe out there, so please aim left.
All right, so on the tee box now, we have our Bash for Cash winner in slot 1, Brandon Flynn. Jeremy Nowak in slot 2. Victor Bourget in slot 3, and Earl Widener in slot 4.
By Jared Forder, 356. Eddie Fernandez, 351. And Colton Castro, 345. On the tee now, finishing off set 1. Brandon Flynn, Jeremy Nowak, Victor Bourget, Earl Widener. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
And here we go. Nowak going with the Nowak step. Brandon Flynn right out the gates with a 369-yard drive. Earl Widener, 319. And a 341 for Victor Bourget. Still waiting for Nowak. Here, a 3-5-4 comeback. Not sure who. 363, ball number 3 for Jeremy Nowak. Currently has him in second place. And a 351 from Earl Widener. .341 for Earl. Still not better than 351. Ball number 4. All right. Tell you what, these groups are not very far apart today. 363, 369, 341, 351. Bounce here, bounce there, and all of these balls are right there beside each other.
Next up on the tee to start us off on set
All right, so Brandon Flynn's going to take it at 369. Jeremy Nowak in second, 363.
Kyle Gabbard in 4. On deck, Sean Johnson.
And then Earl Widener and Victor Bourget. So after the first set, you can see Bobby Ray, Kyle Berkshire, Brandon Flynn, and Ryan Gregnall winning 200 points. And then Jeremy Nowak, Zach Hammer, Jared Forder, and Naoto Masumi.
Brandon Flynn, 369 yards, followed by Jeremy Nowak, 363. Earl Widener, 351. Victor Bourget, 341.
Sean Johnson, Eddie Fernandez, and Earl Widener at 50 points. Colton Casto, Victor Bourget, and Sean Kilburn at 25. And unfortunately, Kyle Gabbard was OB, so he gets no points for the first set. On the tee box now in slot 1, Bobby Ray. Slot 2, Ryan Gregnall. Slot 3, Earl Widener. And Kyle Gabbard here in slot 4.
Attention on the range. Please be aiming way left, way left. We're getting a lot of balls out in the grid. Or else we'll shut it down.
All right. Just waiting for the grid to clear. Tell you, the music went out and it got really, really quiet around here. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, getting us started off on set 2. Bobby Ray, Ryan Gregnall, Earl Widener, and Kyle Gabbard. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Set number 2, Group 1. Couple OBs from 1 and 2. Kyle Gabbard's first ball, 346. So no marks on the rest of the tee box. It's very interesting to see the different paces that these players go at. For example, Earl Widener has already hit 4, maybe 5 of his golf balls, where Kyle there on the right has only hit 3. So Kyle's currently at 358 yards. No marks for anyone else. You get 2 minutes and 30 seconds to hit 6 golf balls out here. So paying attention to the clock while you're on the tee box is, it's very beneficial to use the time to your advantage. And then, of course, off the tee box, you really got to manage not only the adrenaline, but you have to manage the quote-unquote downtime in between sets where you're not hitting very, very easily to get stiff, and that can just completely ruin your day, especially if you pull a muscle. So Gregnall's now on the board with a 383, and Earl 331. Kyle not too happy with ball number 6. And now Gregnall down to his last ball. Not sure if Bobby Ray was able to get ball number 6 in play. Oh, he did. Okay, good. 339 yards.
In slot 1, Sean Johnson. Slot 2, Colton Casto.
It's 4th place, so it's only 25 points, but that 25 points oftentimes comes into play, and it's a lot better to have it than not have it. Especially in comparison to the rest of the field, because if we take a look, currently the only player to have an OB set is Kyle Gabbard. Granted, we're only 5 sets into the competition, but that 25 points could come back to help Bobby later in the rounds. I wouldn't be surprised at all. All right. And getting ready for the second set, currently we have Sean Johnson in slot 1, Colton Casto in slot 2. Looks like a ghost player in slot 3, and Victor Bourget here in slot 4.
Results in that last set, Ryan Gregnell coming in 383 yards, followed by Kyle Gabbard 359, Earl Widener 344, and Bobby Ray 339. On the tee now, Sean Johnson,
right.
Colton Casco, Victor Bourget. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Looks like Sean's lined up towards the back right. We're going to try to play a draw off the right side. And that has been the pretty much the story all weekend. The grid slopes a little bit right to left. Right now there's absolutely no wind. So if you can get a nice draw going up the right side, get a good kick, it should kick it back towards the middle of the grid. And it being sloped just a little bit should give you a nice bounce, nice rollout. So I expect to see almost every single player aiming at the back right corner. Colton Casso first on the board at 368. Victor staring this one down. Not sure if it's going to stay in play or not. And Sean Johnson, second ball, 336. All right, so ball number 3 for Victor Bourget is 354 yards. So this is good. All players have a ball in play, so they're guaranteed. Like third place is secured for at least one of them. Colton Casto still currently in the lead at 368 yards. Players are down to their last balls. 25 seconds left on the clock. It's a good strike from Victor. I'm not sure if it's going to stay in play or not. Sean staring his down. All right, so it looks like Colton's going to end up taking the set at 368 yards, followed by Sean Johnson at 358. And third place for Victor at 354.
Sean Kilburn, slot 4, Jared Porter. On deck, Jeremy Nowak, Kyle Berkshire, Eddie Fernandez, and Zach Hammer.
So, yeah, very easy, very crucial 75 points for Victor there. Just getting the ball in play. Beats the ghost player, giving him third place points. Right. In slot 1, we've got Naoto Misumi, Brandon Flynn in slot 2. And there's a tractor parked behind the grid. I'm not sure what he's doing right now. Anyway, Back to the tee box. Naoto Masumi in slot 1, Brandon Flynn in slot 2, Sean Kilburn in slot 3, and Jared Porter in slot 4. Naoto's ball fell off the tee there. Little fun fact, Naoto Masumi in slot 1 over there is here all the way from Japan. Good buddies with the JPDA guys over there. And Taiga Tazawa, who will hit later this afternoon. A few of those guys are out in Memphis. Had a great time. Tell you, those guys hit a lot of golf balls. I mean, we get to every event usually on Thursdays, Wednesdays, somewhere in there. But down in Memphis, Naoto and all his buddies were out there hitting golf balls early Friday morning, all day Friday. They were there after we left Friday, and then they did the same thing Saturday. There's no telling how many golf balls they all hit. It was insane. All right, so we got our first ball over 400 yards of the day. Coming from slot 4, Jared Porter. Brandon Flynn's in second, currently with 380 yards. Then Naoto at 346 and Sean Kilburn at 323. .406 from Jared Porter. That is a huge ball right now. Nice shot of Sean Kilburn's back there.
Next up on the team, finishing off set 2 in slot 1, Jeremy Nowak. Slot 2,
right.
Kyle Berkshire.
Coming up
Slot
will be
3, Eddie
the
Fernandez.
last group
Slot 4,
in set
Jack Hammer.
number 2.
On deck to start set 3, Kyle Gabbard, Sean Kilburn, Colton Casto, and Jeremy Nowak.
We'll get the scoreboard up after this. Give everybody an update as to what's going on. Still early in the day, so the points don't. I mean, I'm not gonna say they don't matter, but they're not very indicative of the outcome, so to speak, later this afternoon. Wow, 406 yards. First ball over 400 today. It's going to be enough for first place. 380s from Brandon Flynn's going to take second. Naoto third at 346. And we're still missing 3 golf balls from Sean Kilburn, but his confirmed longest is 323. Curious how Eddie feels right now. Like I was saying earlier, he was our senior winner yesterday. Put on quite the show. I think he was around 370, 380 mark all day long. And I think he said he had a bachelor party to go to last night. So, bachelor party last night and a victory. I'm sure there was a lot of celebration going on, so I wonder how he's feeling this morning. think we're swapping out a radio. Anyway, in slot 1, we're going to have Jeremy Nowak. In slot 2 is Kyle Berkshire, Eddie Fernandez in slot 3, and Zach Hammer here in slot 4. Shout out to Lefty Zach, representing us lefties out here. Okay, just not really sure what's going on with the radio. I thought it was a radio issue, but we've got so many radios it wouldn't take 2 seconds to swap it out, so something else must be going on. Just another day at the office. Set everything up and it's working perfectly, and 5 minutes later something breaks. I think what's going... Oh, we've got all the numbers. Okay, so they've confirmed Jared Forder. Okay, so we don't have a ball over 400 yards. That seems to have been the issue. So we had, I guess, a typo on the tablets here. That's unfortunate. I was about to say, 400 yards is a long ways right now. The ground's still wet. There's absolutely no wind. You can see the T-Claw flag over there to the right side of the screen is not moving at all. Flags down in the grid are, you got some turned this way, some turned that way. They're every direction. Just no wind whatsoever. Feels good out here, though. It's about 76, 78 degrees, somewhere in there. Not a single cloud within miles. So the 400-yard drive from Jared was a typo. So it looks like Brandon Flynn ended up winning the set, going 6 for 6 with a drive of 380 yards. Wow. And now we've got Naoto Masumi and Jared Forder at 346. So they're going to split second and third place points. And then Sean Kilburn at fourth. I can't imagine what that would do to my emotions if I was just sitting on the tee box and look up and see a 406. It's like, all right, let's go. Which I'm sure he probably knew that was a typo. All right, so we've got that round cleared. So the way our scoring system works, there's no bypassing it. Every single shot has to be recorded, and we do that on purpose for statistic purposes. So every single shot, whether it's OB or not, has to be recorded. Obviously, if it's OB, we just put down 0. But it doesn't allow us to skip or to continue without completing the set. So when there's typos and things like that, we have to go back and make those corrections. It can be a little annoying at times, but it is, what's the best word to say? I guess reliable, unfungible. I don't know. There's many words you can say. Another good thing about it is it's completely automated. So like the algorithms and things behind it to keep up with all the statistics, and it even keeps up with our performance bonuses. So it's nice. It really helps keeping up with, like I said, balls in play. So that's one of the reasons every single shot has to be recorded. It's because we do pay out most balls in play as a performance bonus. Best set is another performance bonus. And if I had to take a guess, I would say Brandon Flynn is currently in the lead of that, going 6 for 6 with a 380-yard drive a while ago. So Eddie, currently the only one with a number right now, 333. That has been improved to 359. All right, Zach Hammer, 341 for ball number 3. Berkshire is 0 for 4 right now. I believe Nowak is as well. Still waiting on a number for them. All right. Ball 4 for Jeremy Nowak, 371. All right, so now Berkshire is in at 370. Not happy with ball number 6, so that'll be good enough for second place. As it currently stands.
Next up on the tee, starting off set 3. In slot 1, Kyle Gabbard. In slot 2, Sean Kilburn. In slot 3, Colton
All right, so
Castro.
yeah, they're confirmed at 371 and 370. I'll bring up the scoreboard here.
On deck, Zach Hammer.
That's going to give Jeremy Nowak the win at 200 points, so he's going to go to 300 points. Interesting. Very interesting. My scoreboard's not on the right page. So the scoreboard from my perspective is wrong, but the scoreboard from you guys' perspective is not. Go figure.
Results from that last set, Jeremy Nowak, 371 yards, followed by Kyle Berkshire, 370. Eddie Fernandez, 361, and Zach Hammer, 349.
All right, so there's the top 8 as it currently stands. Brandon Flynn and Ryan Gregnall at 400 points. And Kyle Berkshire and Jeremy Nowak at 300. Bobby Ray and Colton Castro at 225. Jared Porter and Naoto Masumi at 175. On the tee now, we have Kyle Gabbard in slot 1, Sean Kilburn in slot 2, Colton Castro in slot 3, and Nowak, Jeremy Nowak, here in slot 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, starting off set 3, we have Kyle Gabbard, Sean Kilburn, Colton Castro, and Jeremy Nowak. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Here we go. Colton turns around, looked at his ball color, and says, "Is that in?" It's probably one of the situations where if you have to ask. All right, looks like all 4 balls to start with are OB. Jeremy staring this one down. It's up that right side. Be interesting to see if it gets the kick we're talking about. Ball number 2 from Colton Casto is 368. It's funny, I believe that's the one that I was talking crap about where he turned around and asked where it went. It's in the grid, bud. Good job. All right, still 368, only number on the board so far. Missing a couple balls from Nowak, though. All right, 15 seconds on the clock now. And that might be enough at 368. Kyle Gabbard.
Next up
OB.
on the tee in slot 1, Zach Hammer. In slot 3, Brandon Flynn. Slot 4, Bobby Ray. On deck, Jared Porter, Earl Widener, Kyle Berkshire, and Sean Johnson.
All right, so Nowak is in at 374 on ball number 3. Ball number 2 is 361. So he's going to take the set. And ball number 6 for Sean Kilburn was 326. Still waiting on ball 6 from Colton Casto.
Players, just a reminder to exit and enter the tee quickly so that we can keep this rolling.
All right. So Casto has a 376. So he's going to end up taking a set.
Colton Casto, 376 yards, followed by Jeremy Nowak, 374.
Nowak, 374 for second place. And 326 for Sean Kilburn.
No points that set.
And unfortunately, Kyle Gabbard was OB.
On the tee now for their third set, Zach Hammer, Brandon Flynn, and Bobby Ray. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
So we got Zach Hammer in slot 1, Ghost right behind him in slot 2, Brandon Flynn in slot 3, and Bobby Ray in slot 4. Brandon Flynn ought to have a little bit of confidence in his step. He is our most recent champion, Bash for Cash, up in Port Rowan, Canada. So he is an international winner. Still no callbacks on Brandon Flynn's and Bobby Ray's first balls. .372, Brandon Flynn's second ball. Still nothing for Bobby yet. Zach not happy with his first few balls. He's in at 309 though. So he is on the board. Which when a ghost player is on the tee box, that is objective number 1. Beat the ghost. Well, I mean, technically it's objective number 1. Every time you're on the tee box is to get one in play, but I think the ghost player strikes a little bit of nerves in players. They may not admit it, but subconsciously, I think the ghost player is quite intimidating.
Next up in the tee in slot 1, Jared Porter. Slot 2.
So we still don't have any marks.
Slot 3, Kyle
You're in slot 4.
Slot 4, Sean Johnson. On deck to finish set 3, Victor Burgett, Eddie Fernandez, Ryan Gregnell, and Naoto Mizumi.
Bring up the scoreboard. These are how things are shaping out. So we'll say Brandon Flynn takes that at 372. That would put him at 600 points. So Bobby's in on ball number 2 at 351. Give the scoreboard real quick. We might have a tie here. I just heard a 372 for Bobby Ray. I'm sitting about 20 feet on the left side of the screen there. We got Bobby Peterson running some technical support here on the little tablet. So we actually have a tie from Bobby Ray and Brandon Flynn. So they're going to split first and second points. Which really makes the points interesting at this point. Because Brandon Flynn, instead of going to 600, is going to go to 550. And then Bobby Ray goes to 375. That's 2 ties that we've had so far. So that's going to shake up the point system a little bit and how everything falls into place. I still think the bubble is going to be somewhere around 400 to 450. That seems to be the case most of the time. On the tee box now, we've got Jared Porter in slot 1, Earl Widener in slot 2, Kyle Berkshire in 3, and Sean Johnson in 4. All right, so Jared Porter on the board, 318. Sean's up the right side. Should get a kick off the hill back to the left. Berkshire's in at 385. And 330 currently for Earl Widener. 368 for Sean Johnson. I wish we could play the music on the live stream. DJ Mannion plays some really good songs sometimes. And I apologize if I go silent. Most of the time it's me getting into the music or getting distracted by something going on here. I just kind of doze off. All right, so Berkshire still sitting at 385. Earl Widener went 5 for 6 and sitting at 330. 333 for Jared Forder. And he's confirmed at 330.
Next up on the tee, finishing off set 3 in slot 1.
And
slot 2, Eddie Fernandez.
Yeah, I think we've got it. I think we've got our first official ball over 400 yards. Ball number 4 for Kyle Berkshire, 409 yards. And that one's not a typo. I heard that one come back over the radio. It's funny, I can see the grid worker. He is way back there. It's actually on the left side though. That ball must have hit somewhere center of the grid. Kick left. But yeah, Berkshire takes it 409 yards, followed by Sean Johnson 368. Then Jared Forder at 337. And Earl Widener at 330.
With the first four-banger of the day, Kyle Berkshire 409 yards, followed by Sean Johnson 368. Jared Forder 337 and Earl Widener 330.
Coming up is Victor Bourget in slot 1, Eddie Fernandez in slot 2, Ryan Gregnall in slot 3, and Naoto Masumi in slot 4.
Gentlemen, on the tee now, finishing off set 3, Victor Bourget.
This is the last group in set number 3.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
So we'll start to see some possibilities, some outcomes after this. Who knows? I might even take a few cracks at the future. Flex my Nostradamus skills. So I believe Naoto Masumi is the first one on the board at 332 yards. Yep, there it is. All right, Victor Bourget, 342. I think, yep, Naoto improves to 338. Eddie Fernandez at 351. Gregnall, 352. Slugfest right now. To Masumi improves to 349. Eddie Fernandez goes to 365. And Gregnall goes to 354. Victor not happy with the last one. Gregnall's final ball here. So Eddie Fernandez is confirmed at 365. Should be enough for first place. Victor Bourget confirmed at 342.
Starting off round 4 in slot 1, Eddie Fernandez. Slot 2, Kyle Gabbard.
Naoto 349 confirmed.
Slot 4, Brandon Flynn.
And a 365 on ball number 6 from Gregnall.
Naoto Masumi and Colton Castro.
So they're going to take first and second points, 150 apiece. Let's see what that does to the scoreboard real quick. So Gregnall is going to go to 550 as well. Interesting. That's 3 ties. That's really going to throw off our points. Well, maybe not. Because two of those ties were for first place. Well, I'm trying to run some situations in my head here. I don't think it'll throw it off too much. It may lower the bubble, though. The bubble may end up being somewhere around 425 now. So 80's currently in 8th place at 250. Jared Forder, Naoto Masumi are at 225 points, just outside the top 8 in positions 9 and 10. See if I can improve my scoreboard here. It's not updating as quickly. So I've got manual control of the scoreboard, but it doesn't want to change whenever I switch it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, starting round 4.
All right, well,
Eddie
I
Fernandez,
got time to deal with it.
And Brandon Flynn. Gentlemen, that grid is clear.
All right.
Fire away.
So on the tee box now, Eddie Fernandez in slot 1, Kyle Gabbard in slot 2, Sean Johnson in slot 3, and Brandon Flynn in slot 4. All right, Kyle Gabbard, 354, ball number 1. Still no marks. Waiting on the callbacks here. All right, so Eddie Fernandez 357 moves him to first place right now. What was Eddie screaming at that one. He was happy with it. At least I think he was happy with it. Not sure if Brandon Flynn and Sean Johnson were in bounds or not.
Next up on the tee in slot 1, Earl Widener. Slot 2, Zach Hammer. Slot 3, Naoto Mizumi. And slot 4, Colton Casto. On deck, Jared Porter, Jeremy Nowak, and Ryan Gregnell.
All right. All right. So we finally got the numbers coming in for Sean Johnson and Brandon Flynn. Sean at 379, Brandon Flynn at 365. First and second, respectively. Followed by Eddie Fernandez at 357 and Kyle Gabbard at 354. So the sixth ball for Eddie was 367. So that moves him in the second place. Sean first, Eddie second, Brandon Flynn third, and Kyle Gabbard fourth.
Results in that last set, Sean Johnson, 379 yards, followed by Eddie Fernandez, 367. Brandon Flynn, 365.
Brandon Flynn goes to 600 points. Sean goes to 450.
Earl Widener, Zach Hammer, Naoto Mizumi, and Colton Casto. Gentlemen, that grid is clear.
Yep, I'm thinking it's looking like 400's probably going to be the number. So we got Earl Widener in slot 1, Zach Hammer slot 2, Naoto Mizumi in slot 3, and Colton Casto here in slot 4. All right. Zach Hammer, 352. Naoto Mizumi, 341. All right, Earl Widener, 321. Colton Casto is still on their marks. right, so Zach Hammer still working 352. All right. Casto still trying to get a number down to his last ball. Zach screaming at 1. Ball number 6. I'm not sure if Colton Casto is in play or not. If not, Zach Hammer is going to end up taking the set. Looks like at 352. I don't think you guys can hear the Beastie Boys playing in the background, and I'm sorry for that. You are truly missing out.
Next up in the tee in slot 2, Jared Porter.
Yep.
Slot 3, Jeremy Nowak. Slot 4, Ryan Gregnell. On deck to finish this fourth set, Sean Kilburn, Victor Bourget, Bobby Ray, and Kyle Berkshire.
So with the wins there, Zach's going to go to 375 points. Naoto goes to 325. And Earl would go to 350. No, he got third. So Earl will go to 200 points. No points for Colton Casso for going OB. He'll stay at 425. Looks like there's going to be a ghost player in slot 1, Jared Porter in slot 2, Jeremy Nowak in slot 3, and Ryan Gregnell here in slot 4. I like it. We went from Beastie Boys to Van Halen.
Results in that last set, Zach Hammer, 352 yards, followed by Naoto Mizumi, 346. Earl Widener, 321. Colton Casto, OB, no points that set.
All right, just waiting for the grid workers to get off the grid.
On the tee now, Jared Porter, Jeremy Nowak,
We'll get
Ryan
this
Gregnell.
started.
Down the grid is clear. Fire away.
Looks like Nowak's going to be first to strike here. Look, a decent ball from Jared there. I was actually able to catch a little bit of it on camera. And Ryan's got a good ball up the right side as well. I believe it was a 3.72 for Gregnell, 3.26 on the board for Jared. Yep, there's a 3.72 for Gregnell. One-handed finish there. Not too happy with it. Low off the face for Jared. Let's go ahead and actually see the green ball on camera here. All right. Still working 372 from Gregnall. No marks for Nowak just yet. All right, about 20 seconds left on the clock here. Players down their last ball. 10 seconds. 5. All right, so they are able to get them off. See if we can stay on Jeremy here so we can get a reaction.
Next up on the team, finishing off round 4. In slot 1, Sean Kilburn. Slot 2, Victor Burgett. Slot 3, Bobby Ray.
All right, so 6 ball for Jeremy Nowak, 341. That'll be enough for second. Gregnall takes the set at 372. And Nowak, 341. Jared Ford, 326. So Gregnall goes to 750.
Results from that last set, Ryan Gregnall, 372 yards, followed by Jeremy Nowak, 341.
Nowak goes to 500.
326.
$375 is currently the bubble. Jared Forder moved to 275. So he's going to need a win in set 5. So Berkshire's on the tee box now. Bobby Ray's on the tee box now. This is the last group in set number 4. Sean Kilburn, slot 1. Victor Bourget, slot 2. Bobby Ray in 3. And Berkshire in 4. Ball and rolling OB for Victor Bourget. All right, Bobby Ray first on the board, 330 yards. Berkshire may be riding the struggle bus right now, just based off body language. He hasn't been too excited this morning. Still putting balls in play, though. Which is really all you can ask for while you work things out. He's at 350 right now. All right, so Bobby Ray improves to 333. excuse me, he improves again to a 346. I'm going to pop up there for Sean. Looks like it's going to be an OB set for Victor Bourget there. Berkshire at 354. Improves just a little bit.
Slot 3, Eddie Fernandez. And slot 4, Sean Kilburn. On deck for their fifth and final set, Zach Hammer, Jared Porter, Victor Bourget, and Kyle Gabbard.
Waiting on the last two numbers from Sean Kilburn. As it currently stands, Kyle Berkshire is going to take it with 354. Let's see what that does to his points. So that'll take Berkshire to 700. Bobby goes to 475. And Sean Kilburn does have a ball in play at 290 on his first ball. So he'll at least get some points there. So Zach Hammer on the bubble right now at 375.
346. Sean Kilburn 290 and Victor Bourget OB, no points at set.
It's looking like it's going to take at least 450, I would say. Yeah, 450 is probably going to be the minimum.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Earl Widener in slot 3, Eddie Fernandez in slot, Earl Widener in slot 2, Eddie Fernandez in slot 3, and Sean Kilburn in slot 4. So Eddie Fernandez at 342, Sean Kilburn 302, and Earl Widener at 328. All right, so Sean Kilburn goes to 318. One-handed finish there for Earl. So he's at 328 right now. $20 seconds left on the clock. All right. It looks like, yep, 331 for Sean. So Eddie's going to take the set at 342 at least. And then followed by Sean Kilburn 331 and Earl Widener at 328.
Bobby Ray and Sean Johnson.
So with that win, Eddie Fernandez is going to go to 550 points, which should be enough to get him through to the next round. Let's see. Sean Kilburn goes to 250 points, so mathematically he is eliminated. Earl Widener also he'll be at 200 points, so he'll be mathematically eliminated there as well. So Eddie Fernandez improved to 343. Didn't really change anything. He still took first place. Moving him to fourth place at 550 points. So we'll be expecting to see Eddie moving on to round 2. 550 points is looking pretty safe. On the T-Box now, we have Zach Hammer in slot 1, Jared Porter in slot 2, Victor Bourget slot 3, and Kyle Gabbard in slot 4. We have a double lefty group. It's disgusting, filthy. Shout out to any other lefties out there. We are few. Need to get a bunch more lefties involved. That way we can start getting some long drive heads again. .345 from Jared Porter to get things started. Zach Hammer, 347. All right. Kyle Gabbard, 368 yards. Zach Hammer screaming at that one. Victor's still trying to get one in play. Kyle's got one on the right side. Let's see if it's past 368. All right, so Victor's turned around and said he did get one in. So a little 6-ball magic for Victor there.
Fifth and final set. In slot 1, Naoto Misumi. Slot 2, Jeremy Nowak. Slot 3, Bobby Ray. Slot 4, Sean Johnson. On deck to finish off this round-robin group, Ryan Gregnell, Colton Casto, Brandon Flynn, and Kyle Berkshire.
352 from Victor Bourget on his last ball there. So it looks like Kyle Gabbard is going to come in first, followed by Victor, and then Zach Hammer and Jared Porter. Kyle Gabbard, 369. That's going to put him at 325 points. Victor goes to 200 points. Zach Hammer takes third, so 75. He's at 450 right now.
Results from that last set, Kyle Gabbard,
Or, excuse me, 425.
yards, followed by Victor Bridgette, 352. Zach Hammer, 347.
Yeah.
Jared Porter, 345.
Zach Hammer currently sitting on the bubble at 426 points. He's got an extra point because of a matchup between him and Colton Casto. Colton Casto went OB, so in terms of the heads-up match, Zach Hammer wins. So to break the tie, he goes to 426 points. And that's just for scoring purposes, so that our system doesn't lock up on us. On the tee box now, Naoto Masumi in slot 1, Jeremy Nowak slot 2, Bobby Ray in slot 3, and Sean Johnson in slot 4.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right, so currently, the only player on the tee box right now that is outside of the top 8, as it currently sits, is Naoto. So Naoto is looking for a win here to get inside the top 8. A win would put him at 526 points. Sean Johnson currently the only person on the board at 349. All right, 363 from Bobby Ray and a 350 from Naoto. All right, I'm hearing some numbers be called back. 351, Naoto. Sean still working 349. $376, Jeremy Nowak. So if Nowak wins, he goes to 700 points. Tell you what, we got a slugfest right here. 361 from Sean Johnson. I think it's going to go OB last ball for Nowak. 364 confirmed, Bobby Ray. Looks like that's going to get, 366, 6-ball magic, Naoto. Wow, look at that. Jeremy Nowak, 376. Naoto Masumi, 366. Bobby Ray, 364. And Sean Johnson, 361. What a group. What a group.
Attention, all hitters in Group 2. All hitters in Group 2. We will get underway immediately.
So that gives Nowak 700.
First group of Group 2 will be Ryan Riesbeck.
Naoto
Anthony Livingston.
coming in second. Goes to 426.
Joshua Bryson.
Putting him on the bubble with Zach Hammer.
Jeff Gavin. Group 4, Justin James. Taiga Tazawa. Munashi Masawi.
Bobby Ray goes above 500 points, so he's safe. And Sean's going to go to 475. So he's still in. Currently the bubble, again, 426.
Jeremy Nowak, 376 yards. Followed by Naoto Masumi, 366. Bobby Ray, 364. And Sean Johnson, 361.
All right, so there's the updates. So on the tee box now, we have Ryan Gregnall in slot 1, Colton Casto in slot 2, Brandon Flynn in slot 3, and Kyle Berkshire in slot 4. So as it currently stands, Gregnall, Brandon Flynn, and Berkshire are moving on. So the only one in question here is going to be Colton Casto, who is currently sitting on the bubble at 425 points. This is our final group. So basically, all Colton needs to do is put a ball in play, and he will be moving on to the top 8. Like I said, the rest of the guys are on top of the leaderboard, so regardless of what they do, they're moving on. So like I said, it's all on Colton Casto. Brandon Flynn, 365. No other marks currently. Good ball from Berkshire. Casto still OB. Only needs one. Last ball for Casto. Looking at it, hoping it stays on. Berkshire, 411. And that's going to do it for the time. Berkshire is only going to get 5 balls off.
Ladies and gentlemen, once we have the final results, we'll tally up all the points, determine if there are any ties that need to be broken, and then we'll announce the top 8 players moving on into the final 24 this afternoon.
All right, 6 ball, Colton Casto, 375. So that's going to do it. With that, Casto's going to go 375 gives him 3rd place? Yeah. All right, so 375 gives him 3rd place, which is more than enough points to get him over that 425, 426 bubble. Casto's going to go to at least 500, dropping Sean Johnson down to 475. So I was wrong. So the ties, instead of dropping the bubble, ended up actually raising the bubble. The bubble ends up being 475 points. Sean Johnson. We're just waiting on that to update. And you should see Colton Casto go to number 7, Sean go to number 8. And that'll be your top 8 from this group, from Group 1. So we're still waiting on some confirmations. Missing 3 golf balls from Brandon Flynn. Ooh, 399 from Brandon Flynn. Ball number 6. So he's going to take 2nd place, dropping Colton to 4th place But again, that's going to be enough points. He just needed a ball in the grid. So he goes to 450. And that's your top 8. Only a little bit of drama, and really wasn't that much drama. It's just whether or not Colton was going to get the ball in play or not. If not, we'd have had a 3-way playoff. So I guess there was a tiny bit of drama there. But that's going to do it for Group 1. Your top 8 moving on to round number 2 later this afternoon. Kyle Berkshire, Ryan Gregnall, Jeremy Nowak, Brandon Flynn, Eddie Fernandez, Bobby Ray, Sean Johnson, and Colton Casto.
Here are the top 8 players moving on with 900 points. Kyle Berkshire. In second place with 800, Ryan Gregnall. In third with 750, Brandon Flynn. In fourth with 700, Jeremy Nowak. In fifth,
all right, coming up, we're going to have Group 2.
Tied for sixth at 475, Sean Johnson and Bobby Ray. And the 8th player moving on with 450 points, Colton Casto.
That's going to do it for Group 1. We're going to roll right on into Group number 2. We might take a 5, maybe 10-minute break just to get everything situated. Hopefully I'll be able to find somebody to jump on the microphone with me here. But I'll take a minute, step away. We're going to get things started here with Group 2 here shortly. All right. So coming up in Group 2, to get us started, we've got Ryan Riesbeck, Justin James, Reed Russell, William Dugan, George Haggerty, Isaiah Joyner, Taiga Tazawa, Cody Billinghurst, Anthony Livingston, Munashi Masawi, Jeff Gavin, and Joshua Bryson. Same thing, 5 rounds, round robin. Top 8 move into this afternoon. 24 players from the 3 groups. And from there, we will be running a double elimination until we crown a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get underway with the second group on the tee now. Ryan Riesbeck, Cody Billinghurst, Anthony Livingston. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right. So in slot 1, Ryan Riesbeck, slot 2, Cody Billinghurst, and slot 3, Anthony Livingston. No player in slot 4, or technically a ghost player in slot 4. And I do count the ghost as a player because they are getting points. Well, they're actually not getting points, but they're affecting the points. So. Still no marks on the board just yet. I believe Cody's got one on the right side, so we're just waiting for that to come back. All right, so 359 for Cody Billinghurst. All right, Ryan Riesbeck, ball number 3, 350 yards. And a 316 for Anthony Livingston. That's Cody Billinghurst still in first, 359. And Anthony opes it to 329. I think the last one's going to be OB for Ryan Riesbeck. So as it currently sits, Cody Billinghurst is going to take the first place, followed by Ryan Riesbeck and Anthony Livingston.
On deck, Reed Russell, Isaiah Joyner, and Jeff Gavin.
And that was the first group in the first set. Actually, I could make things really confusing and say that this is the second group because it is technically the second group of the day. So we're in the second group in the first set, but it is the second grouping.
And Anthony Livingston, 329.
So we got William Dugan in slot 1, George Haggerty in slot 2, and Joshua Bryson in slot 3.
On the tee now, William Dugan, George Haggerty, Joshua Bryson. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right. And they have the green light from Seamus. So here we go. interesting. Both William Dugan and Josh Bryson were able to get 2 golf balls in the air before George Hadry got a single one. It's crazy, the different styles and tempos out here at the PLDA. Many different ways to get the job done. Georgia Haggerty currently the only one on the board with 356. Wow, we have covered the entire spectrum in the music world today. We've gone from Van Halen, Beastie Boys, Will Smith, DJ Manion is all over the place. Okay, so William Dugan, 353. Right there behind George. Not sure if Josh Bryson was able to get one in play or not. 20 seconds left on the clock. Haggerty the only one with the ball left. So I think Josh Bryson is in at 295. So he'll at least get third place points. Dugan confirmed at 353. And George Haggerty ups it to 371. So he'll take first.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the tee now for their first set in slot 1, Reed Russell. Slot 2, Isaiah Joyner. Slot 3, Jeff Gavin. On deck, Justin James, Taiga Tazawa, and Manashi Masawi.
Moving right along.
Also that last group, George Haggerty, 371 yards, followed by William Dugan.
Seems we're in kind of a groove here.
And Joshua Bryson, 324.
All right, so in slot 1, Reed Russell. Slot 2 is Isaiah Joyner. And slot 3 is Jeff Gavin. Jeff was hitting it really good all day yesterday in the senior division. And unfortunately, when it come down to the final 4, I believe, he ended up going OB.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now for their first set, Reed Russell, Isaiah Joyner, Jeff Gavin. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
So it's like Reed's going to be first to strike here. Followed by Jeff. Well, exact same time. All right, wasting no time. A couple OBs from Jeff and Reed there. Got a call back 369. I believe that's Isaiah. Yep, 369 on ball number 1 for Isaiah Joyner. Thank you. All right, second ball 367. Still no marks. Jeff Gavin and Reed Russell. All right, so Gavin, I believe Gavin's in play now. I can hear his wife, Wendy, telling him good job. So I believe he's in. Just waiting for the number. And he's in at 353. So now we're just waiting on Reed. Ooh, Jeff screaming at that one. I think he likes it. And I don't think Reed's going to get one in play this set. I'm not looking too happy. 372 for Jeff Gavin. Yep, confirmed OB, Reed Russell. 351, ball 6 for Jeff Gavin. So it looks like Jeff Gavin's going to take the set at 372, followed by Isaiah Joyner at 369. All right. So here we are getting started with the third grouping in the first set. Slot 1, Justin James. Slot 2, Taiga Tazawa. And slot 3, Menashe Masawi. All right. Nice to see Justin James back out here. He recently had another child born, so he was out for a few tournaments, but it's nice to see him back here.
Justin James, Taiga Tazawa, Menashe Masawi. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Congratulations to Justin and Ashley. All right. First 3 balls in the air. All right, Taiga Tazawa first on the board with a 361. And Justin James, 366. All right, so Justin goes to 372, and Taiga Tazawa goes to 367. Both improving up from their first ball. And 349 for Menashe. No idea. A car alarm going off in the background here. Right. right, so Justin James still currently in first, 372. Tyga staring this one down. Looks to be good. All right. Just waiting for the callback, see if it's more than 372. Still waiting on 2 balls from Justin James. That was it for set number 1.
Next up on the tee, getting us started on set 2. In slot 1, Isaiah Joyner. Slot 2, William Dugan.
So it looks like a 367 confirmed from Tyga, 349 from Menashe.
Reed Russell, Menashe Masawi.
And Justin James, 372. Justin will take first, followed by Tyga, and then Menashe. Coming up for their second set, we have Isaiah Joyner in slot 1, William Dugan in slot 2, and Anthony Livingston in slot 3. Or, excuse me, 4.
372 yards, followed by Taiga Tazawa, 367. Menashe Masawi, 349.
And we have standing at 8 foot 7 inches tall, the very, very intimidating ghost player number 3. I apologize, I don't have the proper cameras for you guys to be able to see Ghost Player 3. But that guy is menacing, let me tell you.
William Dugan.
The whole world just saw my ugly ass. Why'd you tell me that?
So while we're waiting, this is a little recap of how set 1 went. Justin James, Jeff Gavin, George Haggerty, and Cody Billinghurst taking first place, followed by Isaiah, Tyga, William, and Orion Riesbeck.
Livingston. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
William staring it down. OB for Isaiah and Anthony. All right, first ball, William Dugan, 350. Trying to read some reactions here, and it's kind of quiet. Everyone's calm, focused, and composed. Isaiah and Anthony still trying to get one in play. I'm hearing a number for Anthony, 318. William Dugan improves to 358. About 30 seconds left on the clock here. Players down to the 5th and 6th balls. So from my perspective, I'm looking at the players face on. And it's crazy to see these guys progress through their careers, how their not only their swings change, but their demeanors on the tee box and things like that. As far as demeanor goes, Isaiah hasn't changed that much. He's big, cool, collective. Doesn't show very much emotion, but it's very evident his progress in the golf swing. I've been able to watch him compete for a few years now, and it's incredible, his speed gains. He's even lengthened his backswing a little bit, really using his height to his advantage.
Next up on the tee in slot 1, George Haggerty. Slot 2.
All right, so now we're going to have George Haggerty in slot 1, Reed Russell in slot 2, and Menashe Masawi in slot 4.
Cody Billinghurst, Justin James, and Jeff Gavin. Results from that last group. William Dugan coming in 358 yards, followed by Isaiah.
So William took that at 358. Isaiah got one in at 356, and Anthony Livingston at 332 in that last set. See how things look right now. Still very, very early in the competition. Right now is all about shaking out the nerves. Setting things up for later this afternoon. I was able to talk to Colton in between groups, and he was talking about how he was on the struggle bus. And I looked at him and said, "Yeah, bud, that's rather evident." I'm giving him a hard time. So Reed Russell's still staring down his first ball. Must be in play. We have another fellow lefty here in slot 4, Menashe. Trying to see, he's hitting a Callaway. I'm not sure which model, but I am able to see the echelon. So Reed Russell currently sitting at 367, good enough for first. George Haggerty at 362 and Menashe at 343. Couldn't tell if Reed liked that one or not. Menashe 3 for 4 currently. George Haggerty ups it to 375. And he is also 3 for 3 right now. George Haggerty's 4 for 4 right now. Sitting at 375 yards. Last ball from Menashe. Staring it down. It looks like it's up the left. Not sure if it stayed in or not. .321, I think, was the callback. So it looks like George Haggerty is going to take the set, 375, followed by Reed Russell at 367. And then Menashe, 343. It's going to put George at 400 points. Reed's going to go to 100 points after that OB set.
Followed by Reed Russell, 367. Menashe Masawi, 343.
Let's see. What was Menashe's points? And Menashe is also at 100 points. So quite a few players at 100 points right now. But again, that's because of how early in the round robin we are. Got a whole lot of hitting ahead of us today. This is only the second group.
On the tee now, Cody Billinghurst, Justin James, and Jeff Gavin.
We've got one more group
Gentlemen, that grid is clear.
after
Fire
this group.
away.
And from there, we go into a 24-man double elimination. I think it's going to play out. You're going to have to win 16 sets, I believe, in order to win the tournament. Which, if my math is correct, is 96 golf balls at near about full speed. And anybody who knows anything about swinging a golf club, when you swing a golf club as fast as you possibly can 96 times in one day, you're tired afterwards, for sure. So these definitely aren't sprints. We are sprinting, but we are sprinting many times over and over and over to form a marathon. All right. It's Justin James, 361. Jeff Gavin, 346. Cody's still looking a number. All right, so first three balls are in for Justin James, 348, 361, 366. Gavin's still working 346. 30 seconds on the clock. Gavin's down to his last ball. All right, so Cody's in at 347. Gavin giving his last ball some instruction, saying to go. As he stares that down. Last ball for Gavin. Must have hit a soft spot out there at 331. So he's at 346. Cody Billinghurst, 347. Justin James, 366. So Justin's going to take it, followed by Cody and then Jeff.
On deck for set 3, Anthony Livingston, Reed Russell, and Tyga
So
Tazama.
Justin goes to 400 points. Cody goes to 300 points. And Gavin goes to 375, 350, 350 points.
Results of that last set, Justin James, 366 yards.
250 points.
Cody Billinghurst, 347. And Jeff Gavin, 346. Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, finishing off set 2, Tyga Tazama, Ryan
All right.
Riesbeck, Joshua Bryson.
So up next we have Tyga Tazawa, Ryan Riesbeck, Josh Bryson. It's going to be first to strike here. I'm going to say Josh. Oh, it's almost like I've been doing this for a little while. All right. Couple of B's there. Pop up from Josh there. Taiga Tazawa at 335. Just breaking the ice. Would be left for Josh. Tiger improves to 339. Riesbeck's right behind him at 338. Josh asking it to stay. It's coming up the right side. If it hits in bounds, it should be all right. Should kick left. I believe I heard a callback for him saying 3-3-2. So we've got a tight group here. Yep, 332 for Josh. 7 yards is all that separates these three players. Josh not too happy with his last ball there. So it looks like Tyga and Ryan are down to their last. About 15 seconds left on the clock. All right. Riesbeck confirmed 343. Bryson confirmed 332. And Tyga is confirmed at 339. So Riesbeck's going to take the set, followed by Tyga Tazawa and Josh Bryson.
Next up on the tee, starting off set 3. In slot 1.
Let's bring up the numbers here.
In slot 3, Reed Russell. In slot 4,
So Tyga goes to 200 points.
On deck, Joshua Bryson, Justin James, and Isaiah Joyner.
Let's see what that does for Riesbeck. So the win for Ryan puts him at 300 points. Josh Bryson will go to 100 points. All right, Tyga's back on the tee box.
Results in that last group. Ryan Riesbeck coming in 343 yards, followed by Tyga Tazawa 339 and Joshua Bryson 332.
All right, so here comes the updates. So Tyga at 200, Riesbeck goes to 300. All right. All right. Now we have our first group. In set number 3. Anthony Livingston, slot 1. Reed Russell, slot 3. And Tyga Tazawa, slot 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, getting started on set 3. Anthony Livingston, Reed Russell, Tyga Tazawa. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
And we're off. Reed Russell quickly steps up to the plate. Here comes the pitch. Oh, and it's hammered. Not sure where, though. All right, Tyga's got a good ball. Start us off. Wasn't able to see where Anthony went. I believe I heard a 347 for Reed Russell. And we have a 344 for Tyga. That might be better. Holy cow. That ball sounded really good. 351 for Reed. Anthony's on the board at 316. Tiger yelling for it to turn. Tiger's swinging really good right now. He's got 3 for 4 in play so far. Anthony Livingston's rocking 4 for 4 in play so far. All right, I think they're saying Tiger's last ball was OB. So it looks like it's going to be Reed, Tiger, and Anthony.
Next up on the tee in slot 1, Joshua Bryson. Slot 3, Justin James. Slot 4, Isaiah Joyner. On deck, Jeff Gavin, Ryan Riesbeck, and George Haggerty.
All right, I'm going to take this moment to reposition.
Last set, Reed Russell, 351 yards, followed by Taiga Tazawa, 344. Anthony Livingston, 316.
All right, looks like the grid's clear. Grid workers are clear off the side of the grid as we speak.
Joshua Bryson, Justin James, Isaiah Joyner.
And here we go.
Grid is clear. Fire away.
Slot 1, Josh Bryson. Slot 2 or 3, Justin James. And slot 4, Isaiah Joyner. All right, so Josh on the board, 310. I've never seen Isaiah's numbers, but just going off the sound I'd say he's got to be in the high 140s. And Justin James is right there behind him, who I know for a fact is over 150-mile-an-hour swing speed. And the sound is quite similar between him and Isaiah, so wouldn't be surprised one bit if Isaiah was up there around the 150 mark. All right, so Justin James currently working 344, 338 for Isaiah. Josh Bryson still at 310. Justin James, Isaiah down to their last balls. 12 seconds on the clock. All right, so Justin James takes the set 344, followed by Isaiah Joyner at 338, and Josh Bryson at 310.
William Dugan, and Cody Billinghurst.
So Justin's going to go to 600 points. And then second place for Isaiah is going to put him at 300. So he'll move into the 8th spot currently. And then with 50 points, third place for Josh Bryson puts him at 150.
Results from that last set, Justin James, 344 yards, followed by Isaiah Joyner, 3.
So win-win-win for Justin, 600 points. He's moving on to this afternoon. And there's Isaiah moving up 300 points. Got quite the log jam there at 300 points right now. Between Isaiah, Tiger, and Reed. Cody Billinghurst, William Dugan, and Ryan Riesbeck have yet to hit their third set. Ryan is actually on the tee box right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now for their third set, Jeff Gavin, Ryan Riesbeck, George
In
Haggerty.
slot 3.
That grid is clear. Fire away.
I'm going to take a guess here and say that Gavin's going to be the first to pull the trigger here. And I was wrong. It was Riesbeck. All right. So we start with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to hit the golf ball. And George Haggerty is just now over his first ball with 2 minutes left on the clock. So 30 seconds off the clock, right to start with. Riesbeck's first ball was 328. Get up and dance with me. All right, 334, Jeff Gavin. And I heard a 351 for George Haggerty. Well, there it is. Put him in the lead. Tell you what, George is another one where I've been able to to watch over his last couple years, and he's definitely getting faster as well. Noticeably faster. Uses a 46-inch driver, by the way. And he's out here competing every day. So, all right, so Gavin moves up to 346. Ball 6 is going to be OB for Jeff. So now Ryan's down to his last ball. George has 10 seconds. 5. And they are able to get him off. Ryan not happy with his last one.
Next up on the tee, finishing off set 3. In slot 1, Manasseh Massawi. Slot 3, William Dugan. And slot 4, Cody Billinghurst.
So Haggerty takes the set. So Haggerty goes win-win-win along with Justin James, 600 points. Haggerty's moving on.
George Haggerty and Justin James.
So Jeff Gavin, second place, moves him to 350. So he'll move into third place, bumping Isaiah, Tyga, and Reed down. And then Riesbeck taking third is going to go to 350 as well.
George Haggerty, 351 yards, followed by Jeff Gavin, 346, and Ryan Riesbeck, 334.
All right. So Cody's on the tee box now, along with William Dugan and Manasseh Massawi. William Dugan sitting at 300 points. Manasseh is at 100 points. And you can see Cody Billinghurst there at 300 points as well. All right, so we got Manasseh Massawi in slot 1, William Dugan in slot 3, and Cody Billinghurst in slot 4. And where I was talking about earlier, Ghost 3 is the menacing 8 feet tall, 7-inch. Ghost Player 2 is the opposite end of that spectrum. Ghost Player 2 is only 4'1".
Gentlemen, on the tee now, finishing off set 3, Manasseh Massawi, William
But
Dugan,
I would say
and
more
Cody Billinghurst.
menacing.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Ghost Player 2 is just mean. Like, unnecessarily mean. It's very interesting, Cody's finish there. The left foot just kind of flies out to the left. Allows him to clear his hips. His power starts from the ground. You're not going to be very successful as a long driver if you don't know how to use the ground underneath your feet. Cody Billinghurst is a prime example of how to use the ground. Push up with the legs to really generate these club head speeds. And all that energy's got to go somewhere, right? So right after impact is when Cody's foot actually flies out. Up until that point, there's a lot of pressure on it, really turning the hips. So he's at 356. Manasseh is at 304. William Dugan's still looking for a number. Heard a little grunt from Cody on that one. Well, good ball from Manasseh there. OB 6 ball for William Dugan. 25 seconds on the clock. All right, so William Dugan confirmed at 339, which looks like it's going to be enough for second place.
Next up on the tee, starting off set 4 in slot 2, Anthony Livingston. Slot 3, George Haggerty. Slot 4, Justin James. On deck, Joshua Bryson, Cody Billinghurst, and Reed Russell.
All right, so 356 for Cody Billinghurst going to take first. William Dugan at 339, and then Menashe at 320. As Cody moves up to 500, he's probably going to be moving on. Fairly safe to say.
Last set, Cody Billinghurst,
500 is going to get through.
followed by William Dugan, 339, and Menashe Masawi, 320.
All right, coming up, we've got Anthony Livingston, slot 3, George Haggerty, these ghosts really throw off my slots here. Anthony Livingston in slot 2, George Haggerty in slot 3, and Justin James in slot 4.
Anthony Livingston, George Haggerty, and Justin James. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Anthony going to be the first to fire here. Well, George is actually 10 seconds early on this ball. Well, I say that and then he backs off. All right. All right, first ball for Justin James, 364 yards. Will be left for Haggerty. Justin James not happy with that. All right, Anthony Livingston, 340. I'm not sure. I don't think Justin's always used the jumbo grips, but it looks to me like Justin has gone to the humongous grips. I believe they're called like the Jumbo Max or whatever. Real fat baseball grips. I was not a fan personally. It just felt weird. Felt like the club was going to fly out of my hands, which is, at least for me, was kind of the opposite of what I was thinking. I was thinking the bigger grip would be a little bit easier to hold, but it's actually, for me, it wasn't. It's really weird. To be honest, I probably didn't give it enough time. I didn't hit enough balls. I hit like 3 balls with it. With the, I think it was one of Bryson DeChambeau's grips. Just because I'd never held one before, so I was like, whatever. I threw it in my Callaway, took a few rips with it, and it's like, not for me. But
Next up on the tee in slot 2.
it looks like Justin James is going to take the set 364, followed by Anthony Livingston at 340.
Jeff Gavin, Taiga Tazawa, and William
And I spoke too soon. 6-ball magic as usual. Going in, George Haggerty 351 for second place. And then 340 for Anthony Livingston is going to be third. Up now we have Josh Bryson, Cody Billinghurst, and Reed Russell.
364 yards, followed by George Haggerty, 350.
Justin, win, 800 points. He can go take a nap because he's in to the next round 100%. And just to be clear, he can't actually go take a nap. He's still got to hit one more set, but doesn't really matter what he does in his next set because mathematically he's moving on to this afternoon. Same thing with George.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, Joshua Bryson, Cody Billinghurst, and Reed Russell. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right. Here we go. Set number 4. Reed hoping for a good kick left. Josh Bryson, OB. OB for Cody on his 349 first ball for Reed Russell. OB for Josh. So Josh Bryson's in at 290. Which is good enough for points. Cody Billinghurst still looking to get one in play. Cody's backswing seems to be a tad bit shorter. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose, trying to get one in play, or if he's just a little quick with his tempo right now. His hands aren't quite getting as high as they normally do. But he's in at 321. Josh Bryson confirmed at 290. 12 seconds on the clock. Five seconds. All right, and they're off. So Cody improves to 344. Reed Russell's still sitting at 349. And that's where he's going to be. OB for Cody on his last ball. So Reed Russell is going to come in first, 349, followed by Cody Billinghurst, 344, and then Josh Bryson at 290.
On deck to finish off set 4, Menashe Masawi, Isaiah Joyner, and Ryan Riesbeck.
So Cody's going to go to 600, which is going to put him through to the next round. Reed Russell with 200 points goes to 500. So 500 points is looking fairly good for right now. On the tee box now, we have Jeff Gavin, Taiga Tazawa, and William Dugan.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now, Jeff Gavin, Taiga Tazawa, and William Dugan. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
Looks like Jeff's going to be the first to fire here. All right, 310 for William Dugan, first ball. Well, Tiger likes this one. Should be up the right side. And William Dugan likes this one as well. So William improves to 319. But I have a feeling his third ball is going to be even further. Wow, William actually quickly set up and hit another one. Tiger 325, Jeff Gavin 336. William Dugan 336. Jeff saying, "Oh, come on." Not happy with himself there. All right. So William Dugan's going to be at 336. 15 seconds still left on the clock for Tyga. Jeff Gavin at 336. So they're probably going to split points. I think Tyga's OB here. So as it currently stands, they're going to split first and second place points.
Coming to the tee now, finishing off set 4 in slot 2, Menashe Masawi. Slot 3, Isaiah Joyner. Slot 4, Ryan Riesbeck. On deck to start set 5, Joshua Bryson, Jeff Gavin, Menashe Masawi, and Anthony.
So Jeff Gavin getting 150 points there. He'll go to 500.
Results from that last set, Jeff Gavin and William Dugan tying for first place.
So Williams at 550 now, and Tyga at 350.
Followed by Taiga Tazawa, 329.
Wow. The bubble here is looking like it's rather high. And Reed Russell at 500 points. Him and Jeff Gavin sitting at 5th and 6th right now.
Attention all hitters in Group 3. If you have not yet checked in your clubs, make sure you come to the Fortify tent, see April. Make sure you get those clubs checked in or you will not be able to enter the tee box. On the tee now.
So Ryan Riesbeck is currently the only one in top 8 that has not
Isaiah Joyner, Ryan Riesbeck,
hit their 4th set. Yep.
that grid is clear.
So they're on the tee box now. All right, so Menashe Masawi in slot 2, Isaiah Joyner slot 3, and Ryan Riesbeck slot 4. .355 first ball for Menashe. Coming out hot right from the start. That's a good ball right now. Breeze has picked up just a touch. It's off the right, so kind of helping. Helps a little bit to push it back in towards the grid if everybody aiming up the right side. So the right side is firmer. It's a little bit harder in terms of ground. It's also a little bit elevated. The grid kind of slopes just a little bit from right to left. So with the wind coming off of the right, everybody's aiming at the back right corner, trying to turn it over back towards the center of the grid. So the wind is actually helping just a touch. All right, so Menashe still working 355, Isaiah 362, and Riesbeck 363. All right. That was the last group in set number 4. Ryan Riesbeck confirmed 363. 355 confirmed for Menashe.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the tee now to start us off on
Just
set
waiting on
5.
Isaiah's.
Slot 1, Joshua Bryson. Slot 2, Jeff Gavin. Slot 3, Menashe Masawi. And slot 4, Anthony Livingston.
So it looks like Ryan took first at 363, followed by Isaiah at 362, and then Menashe 355. So Ryan goes to 550 points. I believe Isaiah goes to 450. Is that correct? No, Isaiah goes to 400. And then third place, 50 points for Menashe, puts him at 200.
Last set, Ryan Riesbeck, 363 yards, followed right behind by Isaiah Joyner, 362, and Menashe Masawi, 355.
All right, so Isaiah currently on the bubble at 400 points, which is it's like it's not over yet. Like, you still got one more set to get more points. But let's say he takes second place in the 5th set. That puts him at 500 points, finishing second every single round. And a chance of not making it to the next round, which mathematically just sounds weird. I mean, you go second, and there's a chance that you don't get through. All right, so we got Josh Bryson in slot 1, Jeff Gavin slot 2, Menashe Masawi is back on the tee box in slot 3, and Anthony Livingston in slot 4. Currently, we have Jeff Gavin at 348 and Menashe at 318. We have a 329 for Anthony now. Should pop up here in a second. Jeff Gavin turning around, asking where it went. Green balls are not the easiest to see with clear skies. Sounds a little backwards, but yeah. You'd think the highlighter green balls would be easy to see, but not always the case. It's crazy. There are situations where, except, honestly, yeah, even really the orange. There's really none of the balls are actually like able to be seen in every single condition, right? Like the blue balls are really good for overcast because they contrast with the sky really well, so you can actually see the blue ball. Aside from that, you can hardly ever see the blue ball. Like right now, when it's pretty outside, it's almost impossible to see the blue ball. Kind of the same thing for the green one. If there's some clouds overhead, you can see them. Overcast, you can see them. Clear skies makes it a little bit harder. Orange balls, very easy to see right now in beautiful weather, but overcast comes up, can't see them. And then the pink ball's kind of the same story. Which honestly, if there's some really like thick, bushy, big clouds, you can't really see the pink ball all that well. It's kind of weird. Thin clouds like we've got now, you can see the pink ball pretty well. But
ladies and gentlemen, on the tee now for their fifth and final set, Cody Billinghurst, Taiga Tazawa, Isaiah Joyner, George
all
Henry.
right.
Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
So up now we have Cody Billinghurst, Taiga Tazawa, Isaiah Joyner, and George Haggerty. This will be first. Haggerty taking his time here. Really visualizing what he's trying to do. Cody Billinghurst is first on the board at 338. Almost falling down there. He grunted at it. I don't think it stayed in bounds, though. All right, so Haggerty's in. Cody is in. Isaiah is currently the bubble at 401 yards. Or, excuse me, 400 points. So Isaiah needs to win this. If he goes ahead and wins this, it'll just go ahead and secure him. No question. Tiger happy with this one. Tyga is currently sitting at 350 points, so he needs to win here as well. He's at 348. He's going to need a little bit more. Haggerty's currently sitting at 361. Isaiah down to his last ball. He needs to get this in play. Not sure if he was able to get it in play or not. Okay, so Isaiah's in at 360. Good. Alrighty, so Isaiah coming in at 360 should give him second place. Yep, confirmed. All right, so Isaiah's comes in second. So as predicted earlier, 5 second place finishes puts him at 501 points. I want to say he should be good to go, but I mean, 500 is currently the bubble now. The reason he has 401 point, it goes back to a tie. It's literally just to break the tie. It's a heads-up match between him and one of the other players, and to allow our scoring system to breathe easily and not freak out, we just give that extra point to the heads-up match winner. So he'll be at 500 points, which, as crazy as it sounds, is actually our bubble still. All right. And slot 1's William Dugan. Slot 2 is Reed Russell. Slot 3 is Justin James. And Ryan Riesbeck in slot 4.
William Dugan, Reed Russell, Justin James, and Ryan Riesbeck. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right, not sure if we're going to have live scoring for this set or not. All right, so there we go. Riesbeck sitting 339. All right, still waiting on some numbers here. All right, 370 for Reed Russell, 323 for William Dugan. We are on our second Will Smith song of the day. I'm not complaining. It's just a little uncommon. Threw me off guard a little bit. I mean, I thought he did fine, in the music industry. Talking about Will Smith here. I thought his songs were catchy. I wouldn't say they're outstanding or anything like that, but they're definitely not bad. All right, 20 seconds left on the clock. Reed and Ryan down to their last balls. William Dugan hit all 6 of his real quick. All right, Justin James finally on the board. 363 yards confirmed. So it looks like Reed's going to take first at 370, followed by Justin James at 363. So worst case scenario, Justin James is at 900 points. Reed can breathe a little easier. He'll move up to 700 points. Which puts Isaiah back on the bubble at 500 points. Wow, what a tough group. So William Dugan and Ryan Riesbeck tied at 339. So they're going to split third and fourth place points, which is 75 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting on an official measurement on 2 of the drives, and then we'll have the final results. We'll tally up all the points, determine if there are any ties that need to be broken, and then announce the top 8 players moving on to the final 24 this afternoon.
Worst case scenario, Ryan and William split. I mean, that's gonna make things interesting. They're gonna split 75 points if it's a tie, because it'll be third and fourth place points. Yeah, so we did get the confirmation they were within 6 inches. So they're going to get 37.5 points apiece. So that 37 points is going to put them both at 580, 587. Yeah, so Reed takes the win. Reed will jump to 700 points. But that is it in terms of the round robin for group number 2. So as it currently sits, it's going to be George Haggerty, Justin James, Cody Billinghurst, Jeff Gavin, Ryan Riesbeck, William Dugan, Isaiah Joyner, and Reed Russell. Reed will jump to 700 points. So right now we're basically just making sure the seeding for the round 2 later this afternoon. So later this afternoon, we're going to have 24-man round robin. We've got 3 groups today, taking the top 8 from each group to give us 24 players. Those 24 players will then be reseeded according to how they did in the round robin, and they'll go to a double elimination format. So it does matter where you finish in the round robin, because that will determine who you're on the tee box with for the first set, starting off round 2 in the double elimination. So, but how about that group? 500 points, 8th place. Think about that. Isaiah went second, and comes in 8th place to get into the next round. So in the double elimination format, Isaiah's in the winner's bracket. Second. He's in the winner's bracket the whole way through. But just because of how the points format works, and other players getting a few wins, you can see there everybody above Isaiah on the scoreboard has at least one. Most of them have 2 wins. So those extra points, they really help out. But it's just crazy that second, 8th place. Either way, he's into the next round. So as long as he can keep the streak going, he'll be in the winner's bracket all the way to the finals. Second. And then how about that 38 and 39 points there? Unreal. I think that's the first time I've ever seen somebody or 2 players have to split third and fourth place points. And just for seeding purposes, having to round. I don't think our scoring system allows for decimal numbers. All right. So we're moments away from starting Group 3. getting everything finalized and set up. You can see in the top right there, we don't even have our tee box or our players set up into the tee box yet. There we go. There you can see Group 1 to start us off. We're going to have Scotty Pierman in slot 1, Sam Judah in slot 2, Rocco Gondek in slot 3, and Ghosty Ghost in slot 4. We actually moved one of our TVs, or we moved our tee box scoreboard thing to this side over here with me. See Ryan Reesbeck here working on our IT, getting the camera set up, or the TV set up. So the TV, what the TV does is it shows in the top right corner of your screen there where you can see the current live scores of the players on the tee box. That TV shows the same thing. We just have that set up so that the players on the tee box can look up and see where they stand mid-round. It's also for the fans behind them so that they know what's going on. But yeah, that TV is just the same as what you see in the top right corner, or top right corner. And then across from us, where Ryan is walking right now, we have a second TV which will display the current leaderboard, allowing players to see where they're currently standing. Well, let's go ahead and bring this up. So in our third and final group of the day, we've got Scotty Pierman, Josh Koch, Monten Borgmeyer, Zach Holton, Jacob Galladay, Colton Calcanis, Mark Costello, Sam Judah, Rocco Gondek, Wes Campo, Ben Kastman, and Andrew Fernandez. Those are your 12 remaining players. We got 5 more sets in a round robin. We'll take the top 8 from this third group. We'll add them to the 16 from earlier, and we'll have our final 24 players moving into round 2. Could not have asked for a better weekend here in Connecticut. It's been roughly around 80 to 85 degrees the entire time we've been out here. We had a little bit of rain Friday morning, but other than that, it's been completely clear skies. Yesterday was a little windy. It came from every direction at one point or another. Today, not so much. Today, it's pretty dead. You can see the tee-cloth flag off to the right there. Not doing too much. A little sway back and forth every once in a while. The grid is fairly dead in terms of wind. I think I see one, maybe 2 banners on the right side, kind of doing the same thing as the tee-cloth flag there. See Aaron Hoppins in chat. Shout out to Aaron, TJ. Perfect time to click. Let's see. Arrow swings in the chat. Jason Fanning says Kyle's the only one to hit over 400. That is correct. Kyle is the only player in the field today to go over 400 yards. And I believe he did it twice. He had a 411, which is the longest of the day. And I want to say like a 403 or something like that a few rounds before that. We got a little tease early in the day. Jared Forder. We had a ball pop up for Jared Forder to be over 400 yards, but it was actually, sadly, it was a typo. So we got all excited for no reason. But Golf Gandalf, is Berkshire still in? Yes, Berkshire made it in the top 8. He's moving on to this afternoon. And what we're doing right now is we're just getting everything set up for the next group. Letting DJ Manion get situated. Probably start calling the players to the tee box here in the next couple minutes. Started with 39 guys today. Cut group 1 down to 8 players. Group 2 down to 8 players to give us 16. And we have our third group up now. We'll add the 8 from this group to the 16 from earlier to round out our 24, moving on to the double elimination. We're trying to figure out what to do with this event because 39 players is kind of awkward. Doesn't really work in terms of like cutting it down, running round robins the whole time. So in order to favor the players, we decided to take 8 from each group to give us 24, and then from that they'll hit through a double elimination. It's always better to do the round robin first because it guarantees you a certain amount of hits. If you go through the round robin, you have to hit a minimum of 5 times. So 6 golf balls each set, 30 golf balls. So you don't, fly halfway across the country just to hit 12 golf balls and go home, which we've seen quite a bit over the years. And it's never a good feeling. You don't even like to see it. It's just heartbreaking sometimes. So in order to avoid that, we go with the round robin first, give them 30 golf balls. It takes about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to run through those 5 sets, which is a long, long, long time from a player perspective. And if you don't believe me, go practice that way. I challenge anybody out there to go to a driving range, take 30 golf balls, split them up into 5 groups of 6, and you hit your first 6 balls. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to hit 6 golf balls. After you hit those 6 golf balls, you stop, you sit down, get on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, for 15, 20 minutes, get up and do it again. And continue to do that for an hour and a half and tell me you're not tired. Assuming you're going full speed the entire time, because these guys have to. I mean, when you're on the tee box with the ferocious Scotty Pierman or the very reflective Pit Vipers of Rocco Gondek, you don't get to take breaks full throttle all the time. Yeah, we actually practice that way at the One Stop Power Shop. Because it's something you definitely got to get used to. You have to learn how to manage your time when you're not on the tee box. We can't stress it enough. Because the way the pairings work out, it's not, one set and then 10 minutes later you're on the tee box again for the next set. Like, there are times where you're the first group in this round, but you're the last group in the next round. So there could be a 30, 45-minute gap there in between each set. And you, as a competitor on a driving range, it's hard to just sit there and twiddle your thumbs. So you kind of have to really manage your time and be very, very disciplined in terms of, staying warm, staying prepared. Because the last thing you want to do, right, is get out here in the heat, get loose, have a really good set, then have to go sit down for 30 minutes, and then when you get up, you didn't stay warm, you didn't stay loose properly, and you end up pulling something, have to drop out of the tournament. Nobody wants to see that. So. Group 1 did have more people. We had a really weird number. I think it was. I think I said 39 earlier, but I think it was less than 39. 39 would be easy, just be 13 people in each group. But I think it was less than that. I want to say Group 1 had 14 players or something like that. And Group 2 and 3 had 12 apiece. But technically, if we want to get technical with all the math, all the groups have the same amount of players. If you include the ghost players, all groups are groups of 16. So the math works out the same way either way. All right, so Scotty Pierman and Sam Judah currently on the board at 364 and 352. No numbers for Rocco.
Next up on the tee in slot 1, Zach Holton. Slot 2, Jacob Galladay. Slot 3, Andrew Fernandez. On deck, Mark Borgmeyer, Colton Kalkanis, and Ben Casper.
All right, so 364 confirmed for Scotty Pierman. And 352 confirmed for Sam Judah. Now we're just waiting on Rocco's numbers. And that was the very first set in our third group here. I want to say I heard a number come through the radio for Rocco, so we're just waiting to see it pop up here. I'm not able to hear what it is over the music, though. 317. Okay, so Rocco is on the board. He does get points. But they actually finished in accordance to their tee slot. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that being the first set, Scotty gets first place 200 points, Sam Judah 100, and Rocco 50. Again, that 50 points is very, very important for Rocco. When on the tee box with a ghost player, you do not want to go OB. All right, so slot 1, Zach Holton. Slot 2 is Jacob Galladay. And slot 3 is Andrew Fernandez. All right, Zach Holton, 346. 349, Andrew Fernandez. Still waiting to hear from Jacob Galladay. Kind of quiet on the tee box, not much emotion. I was caught a little low in the face for Jacob there. Not too happy with it. All right, so he's on at 319. All right, so Zach goes to 356. A little fun fact for you, Andrew Fernandez here is rocking the MOI drivers. MOI is a company that's been around for many, many, many moons in the long drive community, well, the golf community in general, but first time I ever heard of MOI was in long drive, so I'm going to call it a long drive club. And if I remember correctly, MOI was like one of the easiest ways to spot one of the MOI heads was the chrome finish on the face. They're just so shiny on the front.
Coming to the tee now in slot 1, Martin Borgmeyer. Slot 2, Colton Calcanis.
All right, so Andrew's confirmed at 351.
Mark Costello and Wes Campo.
Looks like Zach's at 356. Just waiting on those final numbers. Jacob Galladay was able to improve to 338. Not sure if it's going to be enough to change the standings, though. Still waiting on Zach's last two numbers. So Galladay, 356. 6 ball magic. So that's good enough for at least second place. Still waiting on Zach Holton. And I have been joined in the booth by the visor, otherwise known as Sean Johnson.
Your boy Sean John.
Sean John.
I'm back.
He's back.
Who we got this round?
Some hitters, let me tell you. So in group 3, we have Scotty Pierman, Zach Holton, Jacob Galladay, Sam Judah, Andrew Fernandez, Rocco Gondek, Josh Koch, Martin Borgmeyer, Colton Calcanis, Mark Costello, Wes Campo, and Ben Castman. So we got some swingers.
Oh, we got some guys that can hit the ball all right.
Oh, yeah. On the tee box now in slot 1 is Martin Borgmeyer. Slot 2 is Colton Calcanis and Ben Castman in slot 3.
Borgmeyer, the Germinator Terminator. Colton Calcanis, he's an amateur but should absolutely be a professional. And Ben Castman.
Not sure what he's waiting on in terms of
I
turning
don't
pro.
I don't know. I think maybe he's trying to get an amateur belt.
Maybe.
It's definitely likely that he could do it.
Oh, yeah.
He's much faster than most amateurs.
And he's got a lot of confidence rolling right now. He's finished in the money, I think, the last 3 events.
He likes to wave at those balls that he hits well.
As long as he waves at it with more than 2 fingers, it's okay with me. Shout out to Will Hogue.
What does only 2 fingers mean?
It's a shot at Will Hogue.
Why does Will Hogue do that?
Go YouTube the finger wave from Will Hogue. There's a really funny clip of him hitting an absolute bomb.
Is it
just kind of gives it a wave with 2 fingers?
Is it literally you look up Will Hogue the finger wave?
Probably not. You probably have to do some digging, but
Well, go do
you'll
some
get the
digging.
joke, and that's all that matters.
Go do some digging, folks. You might enjoy a little watch right there. Martin's hitting some good balls, I feel like.
Yep, 376. Ball number 2. I'm doing a terrible job keeping up with these tempos here.
Once again, people are playing the right side of the grid. I think that's been a common theme throughout the entire weekend.
Yes. Back right corner. Turn it over.
How do you like Martin's little shimmy shake before he hits the ball?
It works for him. I know that's putting it lightly, but I'm not a fan of the quick tempo takeaway.
Yeah, I've tried that a few times, and it did not work out well for me.
Yeah, for me personally, it's better to go slow. But I mean,
that's why you're competing at the professional level, right, Robbie?
Yes, that's why I'm winning so many trophies with my 195 ball speed. But yeah, it definitely works for Martin. I mean, it's impossible to deny his career success. I mean, he's been around for a couple of years now.
He's got a couple wins, correct? Martin's got a couple wins?
Yes, Martin won in Colorado most recently.
And before that, it was Utah?
Last year, he won the Rockwell Blast. And he had some really good success back in the World Long Drive days as well.
So he's been in the sport for, what, 5 years?
A few years, yeah.
A few years.
Yeah. I want to say 18, 19, somewhere in there. 2018, 19, that is. Not 18 years. How old was Martin's? I think he's close to 30. So 18
30 years old? No way.
I think he's close to 30.
I thought he was 23.
No, he's older than that.
His muscles don't say 23.
He's definitely older than that.
His muscles say about 28, I would say.
Pretty sure he's older than me. If he's not older than me, I'm going to feel really bad about myself. But, yeah. So, yeah, 20 or 18 years ago, he'd be like, what, 12 years old?
So I've got a couple more years to get some biceps like him.
Yes. I don't know if you've got any hope for biceps, though, man. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, I don't think biceps is my game.
All right, so we got Josh Koch in slot 1, Mark Costello slot 2, and Wes Campo slot 3.
Josh Koch, what is he? Third in the world?
Don't get me lying, bro. You can check it out on our website, though.
Absolutely. ProLongDrive.com.
ProLongDrivers.com.
Long drivers.
With an S. All right. 345, Wes Campo. 341, Josh Koch.
Josh uses that ground really well.
Yeah, I was actually.
You can see him coming up off the ground on his backswing and then just applying that force back into the ground. It's impressive.
Yep, I was actually talking about something similar with one of the other players earlier. You're not going to be very successful in a long drive if you don't know how to use the ground. And that's what a lot of these guys do very well, is using the ground.
How much more of a percentage do you think you get? You know, percentage, maybe miles per hour on your swing speed. What do you think that is?
By using the ground?
Yes.
I would say at least 50.
50%?
Oh, yeah. Like it's.
So you're telling me if a guy is swinging 145 miles per hour without using the ground, he's now going to be swinging over 200 miles per hour.
Show me one person on this planet that swings 145 miles an hour without using the ground.
I believe Fast Eddie did a video on that.
Eddie definitely uses the ground.
And he was over 140 miles per hour just using his upper body.
Okay, Mr. Sean John. Eddie is a bad example, okay? They call him Fast Eddie. He could probably swing sitting in a chair and it'd still be fast.
He could probably hold on to the clubs with just his pinkies, and he would still be swinging at least 135 miles per hour.
I mean, they call him Fast Eddie for a reason.
Must be why he's a world champ. That was impressive watching him yesterday, I got to say.
I mean, even today.
Even today, yeah. We'll see him in the top 16.
We will. So Josh Koch currently at 367. Wes Campo 345. Not sure if Mark Costello is going to be in play this round. He's staring at his last ball.
I don't feel a lot of confidence from that head shake there.
Yeah, he's not looking too happy.
Started on set 2. In slot 1, Colton Calcanis. In slot 2, Zach Bolton. In slot 4, Rocco Gondek.
So T.J. Allison said the science behind Eddie's experiment was 5 to 9%.
Okay, I like that number.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I said.
That's an accurate
I
number.
said 50. I mean that was close enough.
Yeah,
right?
just take off the 0 and you're right there. I think the calculations in your head, you just forgot to move the decimal spot.
No, calculations in my head are never wrong, ever.
Mad scientist squared over here.
Somewhere 45% gets lost in translation, but I mean, really, who cares? I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point.
I gotta say, I have a lot of fun announcing, Robbie.
Thanks, bud.
Thanks, bud. All right, Zach Holton, he's coming up. I think he's got the stomp, clap. Lifts the left leg, lifts the right leg, then swings the club, hits the ball, and that's the clap. So it's a little stomp, clap. I think if we got, what's the song? Stomp, clap song.
I'm gonna knock you out.
We will rock you. I think
kick you out of my
if
booth.
we played that song for him, I think he goes over 400 yards easily.
All right, you've got to tell me who sings that song right now, or I'm kicking you out of my booth.
Oh, buddy, I might be kicked out. I'm very bad with names.
Oh
I'm telling you, I can meet someone, shake someone's hand, and if I don't say their name to them 5 times, their name's completely over my head.
Okay. Well, the guy that sings the song is named Freddie. Does that give you a hint?
Freddie.
Yes.
Queen.
There you go.
Let's go.
You can stay in the booth.
Staying on the mic, people. I tell you what, I love Rocco's mustache.
Oh, yeah.
So Rocco actually trained with one of the guys that I saw for a little while. His name's Josh Heenan. He created the 90-mile-per-hour formula for baseball. Rocco was a baseball player, trained under Josh Heenan. So I'd like to think Rocco's got a lot of core stability. That's his main focus in getting people to throw harder. In turn, that should make you swing harder if you can separate the body correctly.
Using that ground again. Talking about separation.
It comes back to ground force.
Stability.
Stability's huge. Stability's something that I don't have much of in my life.
All right, so Zach Holton's currently at 356. Followed by Colton Calcanis at 338, and then Rocco at 319. About 40 seconds left on the clock here.
What do you think about sunglasses versus no sunglasses?
I am 100% a sunglass person.
Really?
I don't wear hats.
I mean, usually the start of my range sessions are pretty bad, and then they continue to be bad. But on the bright side, if I take my sunglasses off, usually it gets a little bit better.
Yeah, sunglasses get a bad rap for the depth perception, right? They kind of, even if they change it a little bit, they're still changing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care. I have a blister, a sun blister on my left eye, and due to being stupid and young and staring at the sun while I was outside on
That's
recess
not very
or whatever.
smart, Robbie. I think they teach you that as a kid that you're not supposed to do
Well,
that.
okay, I may be exaggerating, but it's there. I have a prescription for sunglasses, and I will always wear sunglasses.
What was it? Was the eclipse in 2017 where the
Somewhere around
moon went over the sun? That was
happens-
pretty cool to watch.
Happens often, actually. Yeah, you're not supposed to stare at that either.
No, I
You're
don't
supposed to
believe
have some
so.
special
I
glasses
think
for that
there's
one.
special, yeah, not just regular sunglasses. You need special glasses for it.
So it looks like Zach is going to be confirmed at 365, and Colton's 364. So Zach takes first. And flash the scoreboard here. Here's a little recap from the first set. We got Borgmeyer, Josh Koch, and Scotty Pierman taking first place. Zach Holton.
165 yards, followed by Colton Calcanis, 364. Rocco Gondek,
So Zach Holton and Jacob Galladay split points. In their first set,
on the tee now.
which is why they have 150.
Jacob Galladay, Martin Boardmeyer, and Wes Campo.
But with that win, Zach goes to 350.
Fire away.
So I noticed Martin hasn't been swinging on the tee box with the quad anymore. What do you think that's all about, Robbie?
I would say probably focus. If he doesn't have the radar there, he's got less to worry about, right? I mean, at that point, you're pretty much only worrying about your golf balls and your tees.
In your ball flight.
Well, we're talking about before anything here, so.
That makes
But
sense.
yeah, I want to say it has something to do with that. Probably helps him focus on what he's trying to accomplish a little bit easier.
So we got Jesus of Golf in slot 1, Jacob Galladay. He's got a great Instagram page, even better shorts on. What do you think about those shorts?
I like the shorts.
Those are pleasant to the eye.
Yeah.
Is that a Masters T-shirt or what has he got on there?
I can't tell. I was wondering the same thing.
All I know is he's swagged out, constantly swagged out. Does he even have golf shoes on? I think those are flat bottoms.
Wouldn't
That-
surprise me.
That right there shows how much stability that Jacob Galladay has in his body.
Well, Jacob's one of the golfers. He was a golfer, then a long driver, right?
He's a golfer that figured out how to hit the ball far.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure.
You don't see that as much, I'd like to think. Most people come from a different sport and learn how to swing a golf club. But Jacob Galladay is just one of those guys that's really pushed the limits of golf.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that helps him on the course a lot.
Well, Nike said it best. The key to having a good short game is to have a much shorter short game.
I like that.
Yes.
Nike said that?
Nike said that.
Did they base that off of Tiger Woods or what exactly did that come from? Where's the origin of that?
Why have you got to ask such specific questions?
I like to know things.
I want to say it was a juice commercial. Remember the Nike
juice commercial?
Yeah, you remember the Nike juice golf balls?
Oh, yes, I remember those.
I'm pretty sure it was a juice commercial.
They never made juice clubs, correct?
Mm.
That was the time of the Sasquatch.
Yes.
Those things were loud, huh?
Yeah. And weird, square. All right, so Borgmeyer 398, almost breaking that 400-yard mark. And then Galladay's right behind him at 373. No marks for Wes Campo there. All right, so bring up the scores here. Still waiting to get some updates on the scoreboard. So Martin is going to take that, so he's win-win at 400 points. Just waiting for there he goes. Now it updates.
Martin seems locked in today, huh?
He's hitting it well.
He yelled at one ball that when Martin yells, you know that ball's going a long ways.
And honestly, you can tell Martin's swinging it well on the range because very first set he comes up and he's already got his personality fired up, right? He's already engaging the crowd.
So he's ready to go.
Talking to his ball callers, things like that. He's at least in a comfortable place.
For sure.
So.
Comfortable is everything. Comfortability? Would you say that's a word? Comfortability.
I can't even say it, so how would I know?
Comfortability.
Comfortability.
Ben Castman here with the leg sleeve. Do you think that gives him extra yards?
For sure. Keeps the lower body warm, keeps it engaged. Goes right back to that 50% power we were talking about.
Sam
Give or
Judah's
take 45%.
Sam Judah's got a colorful shirt on.
Yeah, I like his shirt.
Colorful shorts. He's got a lot of confidence coming into today wearing that type of outfit for sure.
I wonder if he borrowed them from Martin because they're a little short.
Those are short shorts. I think he's trying to show off the quads.
DJ Mannion rocking the Macarena.
Josh Koch with the khaki shorts could absolutely work at State Farm if he wanted to.
It's a hitbombs.com, but it does look like State Farm at first glance.
I mean, he's got the red hat. The back of his shirt's untucked. If he tucked that in, I'm absolutely buying insurance from him. There's no doubt about it.
Walk up to him. What's up, Jake? I mean, Josh. All right, so Sam Judah, 359. Ben Castman, 323. Still waiting on some numbers from Josh.
Has this wind picked up at all today? I mean, in my 8 a.m. group, we had 0 wind.
Yeah.
And Kyle was hitting balls over 400 yards with 0 wind.
Very little.
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Very little wind all day. We may get a mile or two every once in a while for a minute.
Do you know if it's supposed to pick up today? It feels like
I don't
it's
think
picking
so.
up.
We might see a little bit towards the end of the afternoon group, but I think for the most part it's supposed to stay calm.
Ooh, Ben liked that one. He said, "There we go." He really put pressure into the leg sleeve there.
All right,
I think that got him a couple more yards and down the middle of the grid.
so Koch is in at 353. Colton begging his
Ben's
sixth
talking
ball.
to his ball. He's telling it to stay in bounds. The look on his face doesn't make it look like it's staying in bounds.
See what? It's another tight group.
We've had some tight rounds today, huh?
Oh yeah.
It's every like we've talked about. Everyone's aiming for that right side. Everyone's trying to hit the draw and let it roll down the right side of the grid because it's sloped down to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to think if you get it on the right side, you've got a lot better chance than putting it on the left side.
For sure. So
You
Sam
can-
Judah takes it with 359, followed by Josh Koch at 353, and then Ben Castman 346. So Sam goes to 300 points. Josh goes to 300 points. And Ben will go to
Last group, Sam Judah coming in 359 yards, followed by Josh Koch 353.
200.
Ben Castman 346.
Scotty P coming up to the tee box. What do you think about Scotty P?
I think he's a piece. No, I'm just kidding. I love Scotty. Scotty's from Greensboro, North Carolina, so he's real close to the One Stop Power Shop.
You see him a lot.
He does come practice every once in a while. He'll drive up for the day. He'll hit with us and then go home.
He's a low spin guy, huh?
Yep, low spin, high ball flight.
He's usually launching at 15 plus, huh?
Yes, he throws it way up in the air, turns it over, and just watches it sail.
I like watching Scotty's ball flight. If you watch his ball flight, it can teach you something. Absolutely.
And Scotty's one of the more vertical players, I would say. His hands are really high up in the air, straight up over the ball.
I think Scotty liked that one. When you see him point a little bit with his club and take a little longer, you know he hit a good one.
Yep. But back to my point about Scotty being one of the more vertical players. His path can sometimes get a little off, so he struggles with spin axis sometimes. And you'll know it if he is struggling with it.
What do you mean by that? Why does that make him struggle with spin axis?
So he's real steep, right? So if you imagine the golf swing as more of a hula hoop, if he's coming down, or if he's vertical, the hula hoop's more straight up and down. There's not a whole lot of play there for mishits. So when Scotty comes, down from the top, he can get a tendency to really, like, I don't want to say flatten out the hands because there's really nothing flat about Scotty's swing. But sometimes he'll get, I guess, stuck on the inside. And what that does is it causes him to have to make that adjustment because his swing is so vertical. And a lot of times he'll flip it over, hit it in the heel somewhere in there, and it just sends it way left.
That makes sense.
That's about the best way that I can explain it to you.
Let's just say that hitting the middle of the face is very important.
Yes.
To his golf swing.
For sure. And that, for a while there, that was one of his main focuses, was using impact tape. That way he knew where every single ball was hitting the face. And really, like you're saying, really trying to hit the center. Currently, he's sitting at 373. Mark Costello at 365. And Andrew Fernandez at 351.
Those are good balls.
Scotty just barely getting off his last ball. I don't think he's going to need it, though. He's currently at 386, and Mark is at 383.
Starting off set 3. In slot 1, Rocco Gondek. In slot 3, Martin Borgmeyer.
So, yeah, Scotty takes the set.
On deck, Andrew Fernandez.
Followed by Mark, and then Andrew.
Gentlemen, when you come to the team, make sure you come to the slot that I call you up in.
So Scotty goes to 400 points with a win-win.
Scotty's a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, winner. Definitely helps the stress levels. You come out the gates, win-win. Or does it?
I think it can let someone I'd say get comfortable, but I think everyone in this sport understands that there's no sense of getting comfortable if you want to go on to win the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's like, and it's crazy, man. We were talking about tight groupings earlier. A little fun fact for you: the last grouping was crazy. Isaiah Joyner comes in at 8th place.
8th place.
At 500 points.
At 500 points?
He went second.
Oh, my goodness.
For 500 points and is at 8th place.
That kid can swing it.
It's just...
he's got movements that a lot of people don't have because...
Well, I mean, that and he's so tall.
You
right?
you can see his mobility in his swing.
He's really tall. He's about 6'6", somewhere in there. Has really high hands at the top. Really uses his width to his advantage. And just... as soon as he starts his downswing, it's just, I mean, I'd hate to piss him off and him hit me because it just rips it through impact.
Absolutely rips it. All right, who we got here on the tee box?
So slot 1, Rocco Gondek, rocking the Pit Vipers. We've got the infamous Ghost Player number 1 in slot 2, the Germinator in slot 3, and Mark Costello here in slot 4.
I'd like to hear from our viewers on this one. Have you, if you look up Bang Longs on Amazon, do you like Bang Longs better or do you like Pit Vipers better? I'd love to hear some comments on that.
Oh yeah, we got to start a chat war.
Because Bang Longs are cheaper, and if you ask me,
shh, don't tell people that.
I mean, they're more expensive.
You're ruining the chat war that hasn't started.
But I almost think they look better than Pit Vipers. Although Pit Vipers do look very good.
A little too conspicuous.
I guess
taste.
that's a personal opinion.
Yeah, for my taste. All right. So these guys not wasting any time. Martin Borgmeyer, 371. Mark Costello, 368. And Rocco Gondek at 332. And for your information, Sean, Jesus is wearing a timeless polo.
Say that one more time.
A timeless polo?
Oh, Timeless Polo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever heard that company.
Wow, you should do your research, man.
You know, I'm not much of a golf guy. Haven't been in the sport for long. I've got a lot to learn. I guess clothes should be the next research that I should be doing.
Hey, man, you know what they say, look good, feel good, play good. Can't help you with the first part, but, I mean, you can at least dress the part.
Yeah, I mean, I was born with what I've got. But my mom says I'm pretty, so
That's all that counts, right?
that's all that matters. Ooh, Martin
Oh.
sent that one to the moon.
Definitely sitting in a comfortable place.
On the tee in slot 1, Andrew Fernandez. In slot 3, Josh Cox.
And it's showing.
Slot 4, Colton
That
Calhoun.
is another win for Martin.
Casman, Scotty Pearman, and Jacob Galladay.
So Martin takes it at 371, followed by Mark Costello at 368, and then Rocco at 332.
Results in that last set, Martin Borgmeyer, 371 yards, followed by Mark Costello, 368. Rocco Gondek, 332.
So right out the gate, Borgmeyer goes win, win, win. And just like that, he's probably through to the afternoon.
I'd like to think so.
600 points.
600 points should. If you're in the last group, you're absolutely through.
After what I just saw from the previous group, where 500 points was the bubble, 600's probably moving on.
You don't see 500 points being the bubble very
I
often.
still can't get over that, man. I still can't get over that.
What would you say the bubble usually is? About 450?
Yep. Low 400s, 450-ish, somewhere in there.
Colton got through with 450, correct?
Yeah. Came down to his last set. Needed to get a ball in play. And waited till his very last golf ball to do it.
You know, that's what I love. He probably did that on purpose, just to add some drama to the sport. And that's what I love about this sport.
All right. So Andrew Fernandez right out the gate, 351. Colton Calcanis, 341. Still waiting for a number for Josh. And there it is, 360 yards. All right, so we got a dogfight on our hands here. 351, 360, 341.
I think they're about to start taking some bigger swings here.
Oh, yeah.
They got one in the grid. Now it's time to go at it.
All right, Colton Calcanis, 367. I believe it was OB for Andrew there. Let's see if Kosh has an answer for 367 here.
Josh Koch just absolutely torched the ball.
Yeah.
The look on his face wasn't I don't think exactly what he wanted, but I mean a missed hit from Josh Koch can still go a long ways.
Yeah, when you can swing a club 150 miles an hour, it tends to make the game a little bit easier.
What's his highest ball speed?
Highest
227?
ball speed? I don't know the highest, but I've seen him multiple times around 225.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys trying to chase 230.
Oh, for sure. So I think I think at his fastest was late last year, I want to say. I think he tweaked something in his back. So it kind of set him back for a little while in terms of that 230 mark. But, I mean, he's still 150, 220 mile an hour ball speed. So
I mean, give us in retrospect, how hard is it for people to get up to 225 miles per hour?
I would say it's pretty difficult given the sample size.
You think less than 1% of the world can do it?
Yeah. I mean, you think there's...
I'd say 1% of the sport of long drive can do it.
It's close to 7.5 billion people on the planet. So yeah, 1% is a lot of people. I would say a lot less than 1%.
And it's not like he's just touching it. Like he's doing it all the time.
Yeah. But to give you a more, I guess, thought through answer, I really don't know. The more I see people swing, the higher, I guess, the bar becomes. I mean, because I've seen quite a few golf swings in my lifetime, and every time it just, to me at least, feels like there's so much inefficiency in the golf world that it really makes me cringe. Like, it really keeps me awake at night to see so many people.
The long drive world or the golf world in general?
The golf world, because from my perspective, it's almost like they don't want to teach golfers to be athletic.
Why?
I really don't, because it's all about control. It's all about control and stability and making sure, your ball doesn't go out of bounds and things like that. But, like, at some point, you got to be athletic, right?
I'd like to think so.
And there's no reason in my mind for people to back off of the driver. Like, I'm not saying go out there and swing it as hard as you possibly can. But, I mean, you should at least be putting in 85, 90% effort. And just accept the result. Like, if swinging slower really translated to a more, I guess, accurate drive, then how come you don't see tour pros hitting the fairway 75% of the time, 85% of the time?
That's a very good question. I think a prime example of that would be a guy like Ricky Fowler, a guy who had a very good golf swing, used athleticism, and then tried to change his golf swing, and didn't exactly get out of it what he wanted.
Yeah.
Jesus of golf not happy with the 5 for 6. If that was me, I'd be the most joyful person on this tour. But like we've talked about, Jesus of golf is a golfer and can absolutely put the ball where he wants. If he doesn't get 6 out of 6, he's not happy. He's walking off the tee box shaking his head right now. Like I said, if I put 5 or 6 in play, I'd be walking out with the highest head possible. Like, I think I would have grown maybe 2 more inches.
Wow. So Scotty ends up taking that one, 374, followed by Jacob, 368, and then Ben Castman, 348. So Scotty Pierman going win-win-win. He's through to the next round.
Results in that last set: Scotty Pierman 374, Jacob Galladay 368, and Ben Castman 348. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing off set 3, Wes Campo, Zach Holton, Sam Judah. Gentlemen, that grid is clear. Fire away.
All right, folks. Sean Johnson is signing out, handing over the microphone to Ryan Riesbeck. I got to go get locked in, and away he goes.
I thought this moment would never come. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate it, Sean.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you filling in, man. Let's turn it over to the real professionals now, right?
Yes, the real deal.
The real deal, Holyfield, baby. Oh, Robbie, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I got through my group, so I'm thrilled. But a little rough out there, to be honest with you. I kept feeling like I was hitting some good balls, and the numbers weren't reflecting that.
Well, your group was not easy.
No.
I mean, I was just talking to Sean about it. Isaiah was the 8th man in at 500 points.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple of ghost players, which causes the points to trend a little higher. But, yeah, it's...
You know how he got his 500 points? Second.
Oh, really?
5 second-place finishes.
Well, I got him one of those rounds, luckily, because I was going between first and third and first and fourth, it felt like.
It's just crazy to me, man.
I think it shows the level of competition. I mean, we got, like, Sam Judah here in slot number 4, new this year. He's 220-plus, mile-per-hour ball speed. New guy. So, you can see how, he's built. He's very athletic, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Holton behind him, similar, not Zach's more of a golfer, has a golfer background, but he's got to be 6'4" or so. It's impressive today is Scotty Pierman.
Yeah, Scotty's hitting it really well right now.
Yeah, he seems like his swing looks fast.
Yeah. Yep.
Just rounding up here this group. We're just over halfway now through this set. We talked about how we're going to do a double elimination format.
I touched on it a little bit, how we go. Taking the top 8 from each group to give us 24 players, and then from there we go to a double elimination down to our winner. So
we did something similar in Memphis in June, and George Haggerty did really well. George Haggerty is doing really well today, too. He was hitting a high ball flight into the wind, and I don't know where he finished in that. He was in my group, but he won 2 or 3 sets. I know that.
Yeah, he's up towards the top. So after that, Sam Judah takes first at 351, Zach Holton 346, and Wes Campo at 340.
Wes Campo won his first event a week or so ago in Quebec.
Nice. Another international winner.
That's right.
We have a few of those in the field today, including Brandon Flint.
Yeah. I think, too, it's showing some growth of the sport where we're getting new competitions in new areas. And that's really one of the things that we need to keep pushing forward is people putting on events, their own events in their areas.
Yeah.
We've used a lot of technology this year in some of our competitions, local qualifying, whatnot. So I would, if you're out there and you're looking for some competitions, I would say look for a range or a facility that'll allow you to do it relatively easy with few people. If you need some ideas, reach out to us at info@prolongdrivers.com. We'll give you some ideas. I really like Jacob Galladay's checkered shorts.
Yep. You're fitting right on in with the conversation here. Sean brought that up earlier. And it's a timeless polo, by the way.
Galladay's really been peppering that right side all weekend.
Yeah, it's really been the story the entire weekend. Everybody's aiming for that back right corner and trying to turn it left.
Can they hear the playlist in the background?
I hope not, because that would be a breach of copyright.
Well, DJ Jazzy Seamus has put this playlist together. I feel like there's a real kind of a 70s vibe to this playlist. You're not down with the 70s?
Oh yeah, I mean, Seamus is killing the music today. We've covered the entire spectrum.
A couple weeks ago in Port Rowan, Canada, he had a Canadian playlist that was all musicians from Canada. My mind was opened up to so many Canadian artists. Like, just blew my mind.
All right, so a little interesting here. We've got Jacob Galladay and Josh Koch sitting at 354 yards. Still waiting on a number from Rocco.
Josh Koch has a signature waggle.
Yep.
His setup, when I look at his setup, he drops that right shoulder. He gets his feet fairly wide. He kind of a triangle shape. And then he does that, rocks back and forth, kind of gives the club a waggle. We'll see. Sets his hands, waggle, rocks, waggle, fire away.
Really gets the momentum going.
Yeah.
Which seems to be the case for a lot of guys out here. Like, you really don't want to come from a static position, not when you're pushing speed, because I mean it's just
I don't
basic
know if
common
you
sense,
actually
really.
Can like some people are, more obvious than others in their movement, but you can't really move one direction without pushing off the opposite direction. So, and the guys that are fast, a lot of those guys have that trigger, that motion, rock one way to go the other direction. Who finished first in that one? We got numbers?
So they actually split Jacob Galladay and Josh Koch, first and second place points. That was our first group in set 4, which puts Josh at 650 points, Jacob Galladay at 500 points.
So you'd think that would put Josh in. Galladay would be right there. I think this is their third set.
That was the fourth.
The fourth set.
So they got one more. So yeah, Galladay's looking pretty good right now at 500 points. I would expect to see him moving on later this afternoon.
Yeah, he's hit a lot of balls on the tee box the last 2 days.
650 from Josh is all but guaranteed. Very, very. It's pretty much impossible. I'll go ahead and say it. It's pretty much impossible at this point for Josh not to move on. Even if he just skips his last set, I mean he's still at 650 points. So.
See, there's that move. You see that with Martin there, where he kind of rocks forward. He actually lifts his front toes off the ground, drops it, and then takes his club back. So we'll pay attention, see if we can get an angle on that as he does it. I was listening to the podcast this last week, and there was a sports psychologist. I'm talking about the PLDA podcast. If you haven't subscribed to the PLDA, but we have a podcast, PLDA. Steve Coyce runs the podcast. He finds all of the interviewees and interviews them, and Robbie posts them on our YouTube, so you can either watch them on YouTube or you can listen to them. You can find them on iTunes or wherever you can find podcasts. So look up, it's a PLDA podcast, also known as Crushing It. So do a search for that. But one of our guests was a sports psychologist, and he was talking about the pattern that people use before they hit the shot, the routine. And he was trying to set up a routine. I was noticing Martin has a very specific routine. He'll talk a lot in between sets, like right there, like he said, "Oh, what a kick!"
Mm-hmm.
But when he gets up to address the ball, it's very similar every time, almost no deviation. See, he does a club twirl, right? He sets his left hand first and right hand does that, takes it back, rock, lifts the toe, fires. That's something that people at home can work with and develop your routine, your pre-shot routine right before you hit it.
All right, so we've got another interesting group here. slot 3 and 4 are tied yet again. This time at 358 yards. So that's Sam Judah and Martin Borgmeyer. Andrew Fernandez right behind him at 347. Down to his last ball. 5 seconds on the clock. Let's see if they get these off. They do.
Both of them hoping for that last ball. Yeah. They're both.
Otherwise, we'll have another tie from 3 and 4.
Next up on the tee in slot 2, Ben Kastman. Slot 3, Mark Costello.
Martin sure is fun on the tee box. He's a fan favorite, crowd favorite.
Yeah.
Always engaging.
We were talking about that earlier, how it's obvious he's in a very comfortable position right now in terms of how he's performing. Because right from the get-go, set 1, he was out here interacting with the crowd, talking to the ball callers, things like that. So you can tell he had a good warm-up session. And, of course, just off the performance, he's had a really good day so far. Yeah.
I think he's won 3 in a row. We don't know the result of the last
he's going to
one
split. He's going to split points here with Sam Judah. Still technically hasn't been beaten.
That's good. That's good.
So he'll go to 750. 100% going into the next round.
First, Sam Judah and Martin Borgmeyer both coming in 358 yards. Andrew Fernandez 347.
Wow. So it looks like it's going to be another group here where the bubble is going to be really high in terms of points.
Yeah. What was the bubble the round before? What'd you say? It's 500?
500 points.
Yeah, usually if you get to 500, you're a lock.
Most time you hit 500 points, you take a seat and it's like, all right, start preparing for the next round. But it's a nail biter the entire way.
All right, so we get Zach Holton here in slot number 3. He's got a little bit of an unusual move here. The high knees.
Oh, yeah. Stomp, stomp.
Yeah. He's talked about how he makes it makes him feel more comfortable on the tee, like that motion.
Well, it is a true trigger.
Yeah.
He came down to the OSPS and got some work in, and sure enough, we found that in his swing, the stepping, it triggers his lower body. He cut it out and hit a few balls trying to see what would happen, and he doesn't use his lower body quite as much when he doesn't do the step. So, which is essentially it's a very integral part of his swing at this point. He really needs to trigger the lower body, that way he can get into the proper positions to hit the ball the best he can. So.
One thing I see him do, too, part of his routine is he'll push it with his left foot into the ground. You'll see it here in just a second. Right there. He takes the club back, but he pushes weight into his left foot.
And that's to set him up for the front stomp. Gets everything on the right side. That way he can pick it up as little effort as needed.
All right, get some yardages here. Costello's at 37. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit of a breeze in our face now. So we're about 26 feet above sea level. So we're right right there. And when that breeze is coming in your face, it's fairly thick. So it'll knock it down. You'll see yardages start dropping 15, 20, 30 yards pretty quickly just on that wind change.
Which is unfortunate because this is the first wind we've had all day, and it just happens to be in the face.
No, I was hitting into the wind. All of my sets were into the wind.
Yep. As soon as your ball left the tee box, we got gusts of like 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, it felt like it at least.
All right. But yeah, you can see the tee claw flag right there to the right. It's in our face just a little bit, maybe a mile or two. So Mark Costello ends up taking it at 337, followed by Zach Holton, 331, and then Ben Kastman, 310.
You seen any patterns today where, like, the first ball is the winner a lot, or the last ball is the winner? Not anything like that.
To be honest, I haven't really been paying that much attention. To know any of that. But I have noticed a pattern with Scotty Pierman here. He seems to be winning a lot.
Yeah, I said his swing looks fast today. He's got a really long arc, really wide arc, long hand. Watch how his hands, how high they get, where his club head travels. It goes all the way back in front of his body. I feel like I could take a nap right now. Is that a bad sign? Because I'm going to have to hit in like 20 minutes.
You should probably take a power nap.
Yeah.
Recoup some of that energy.
I've never had success doing that. I just get more caffeine. And that seems
There
to
you
be
go.
a trick. No,
Same.
just kidding. I have been drinking. What was that? It was a liquid IV. Had one of those.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good. Well, your body's got to have sodium. That's what it does.
Ryan having
It's a
a
lot of electrolytes.
nutritional conversation here
Yeah.
with our
All right, what's our
communications
yardage
director,
here?
Andy Gregor.
What's the yardages here? We get back on track.
All right, so West Campo 315 and Colton Calcanis 325. Still no marks for Scotty just yet.
Yeah. All right, Scotty's taking a look at his Bushnell launch monitor there, trying to figure out what maybe is happening. There's a bit of a controversy out there amongst the players. Some don't like the
Nobody has any idea what you're talking about.
Somebody,
right now, Ryan.
well, I'm going to tell him right now. So you see Scotty here. He has a launch monitor on the T-Ox with him. So we don't allow towels or other things that can be used as an alignment aid, but we do allow the launch monitors. And some of the launch monitors, like you see Scotty has here, sit right up close to the ball. Other launch monitors sit behind the players. And so there's a bit of a controversy between the players right now of whether or not that should be allowed or shouldn't be allowed. Hold on.
I mean, if you take the player that doesn't have one inside the box, he has absolutely no idea flight path, right, spin or anything like that. So Scotty makes a couple adjustments. He has an advantage with that inside his tee box. Why is that allowed? Questions want to know.
Well, some might say it's not an advantage because he still has to hit the ball. And some people, like, for example, maybe Scotty is looking at speed here, and he's worrying about speed, so he's trying to hit the ball harder or faster or whatever. Maybe that's not the right adjustment. So maybe he's worrying about things that he really shouldn't be. Or maybe, like, for example, like I have a launch monitor. I've got a flight scope, and I don't use it because I don't feel like I need it.
Seems like we.
But then you have to set the foundation that there's nothing that the players can use in their advantage. Some people could see that as an advantage because it's an outside instrument.
Yeah.
Right? They should be able to make that adjustment on their own regardless of any kind of instrument. Now, I'm just playing devil's advocate.
All right, so Scotty takes that one as well, continuing right along with his pattern so far.
Because he had a launch monitor.
All because he had a launch
That's
monitor.
like 12
correct.
yards difference.
Yes, it does.
How much did he win by?
What is that? Friggin' 13 yards.
So one of the reasons why is because in the future we hope to have statistical data provided on the broadcast for all players. So not just on the broadcast, but on site live. So we're hoping to get to the point where everybody actually has that information and can use it. So the other part of that is that we want the play of the players to improve. So we're trying to move towards people getting more technical because long drive is much more than just whacking balls, right? It's a lot of equipment, a lot of knowing how to make an adjustment, the psychology behind pressure, right? The clock is running, and until you experience it on the tee box, you just don't quite understand. So that's why I say some of this is a it can be a not deterrent, but a disadvantage to some people to have it up there. They may not even realize that. What if Scotty just went up and hit balls like he's been training with the machine, but without the machine on the tee box?
It's almost like we're aiming for a specific spot, kind of like what they do on tour.
Do we have numbers yet?
Not yet. OBs for everybody. Yeah, we got a bunch of numbers actually. We got a bunch of zeros.
If you're gonna have, and don't get me wrong, I hear you. We want to make our players better, right? We want to bring. Look at the statistical science that they put into pro sports, football, baseball, and everything else, right? I mean, these are pro athletes. These are pro athletes. We should have the same technology, right? And I'm all for it.
All right.
But getting back to the original question, do you leave it in the box or are you allowed to use it or are you not allowed to use it?
We were at a baseball game the other night, the Hartford Yard Goats, and we were talking with one of the players' dads, and they had talked about how the minor league teams are really like an experiment for things such as moving the bases closer. So they moved the home or second base closer to home in that ballpark, in that league, to test to see if it would encourage more stolen bases. Because the distance that it's at, the catchers and the fielders have gotten so good that they throw players. Yeah, they throw. So they want to try and bring that back into play, but the athletes have gotten so good as far as defending that it was taking the steal away out of the game. So another thing they're looking at too is having. You care about baseball. This is a good example. Yeah, but it's an example, Robbie. So they're making changes to other sports too, right, to improve play. So it's an experiment. If the players wanted to go away from it, I would be fine with it.
Good points. Let's get back to this. We got some big numbers. Well, not big numbers, and this is a lot different than yesterday, right? The last couple sets we've seen 330, 320. We didn't see big numbers like we did yesterday, and I think that a lot of that has to do with the wind, right? Wind's kind of stagnant today. It's almost dead if you look at it. Yesterday we had a lot of right to left, more diagonal, right to left corner. So numbers aren't so big today, but a lot of people are still getting on the board.
So it looks like Andrew Fernandez is going to take it. We're at 337, followed by Wes Campo at 335, Ben Castman 334, and Rocco Gondek 310.
So what you're saying, Andy, is that Chris Cody's $1,000 gift card for hitting the ball through the range into the dirt out there about 440 yards is safe today.
I don't think he's going to have to worry about spending it or giving it away today. It's a long way, and it is very, very stagnant with the wind. Yeah, we had a couple. Jacob Galladay hit 400 a couple times. Eddie hit 400 3 times yesterday, 402, 405, 411. Yeah.
Kyle has the only player over 400 yards today, and he's at 411 is his longest. All right. So here we are coming down to the wire.
Scotty came to play. He said, I'm defending champ. I think everyone's aware of the grid. Top right corner is what we're looking for.
Yep.
Seems like anything right after 340 is when it runs, right? Anything that's before. Yeah, anything before 340, kind of soft, sticking there. I called balls out of the third tee box. And seems most of the players were aiming for that top right corner.
Yeah, it's a matter of control. And Robbie mentioned it earlier, right? PGA Tour players, Live Golf Tour players. I mean, they're aiming for a spot to put their drive so that they can have a good approach shot, right? We're doing the same thing, but to maximize distance.
All right.
Is Jacob Galladay's hat on crooked?
Yes.
I like that.
It is 3.7 degrees left
like it.
of center.
Good.
So Colton Calcanis not wasting any time. First ball in play, 361, followed by Jacob Galladay at 345, and then Mark Costello at 325. We are coming down to the wire here. This is the 5th and final set of the round robin.
Is this the first or second group?
Second.
So we've got one more after this, and then we'll know the seeding for the 24 players that will advance. I really like Jacob Galladay's swing. It's a golf swing that's extended a little bit, wide. Yeah. Not anything crazy, right? Looks good.
So Sam Judah's in. Mark Costello's at 500. Colton Calcanis is just outside the top 8, so he's looking to win here. And Jacob Galladay is at 500 points as well, so
Little club.
it's really all about what Colton does here.
Colton Calcanis.
Colton's sitting at 350 points, so for him to have a chance, he's going to need this win. And doesn't look like he's going to get it unless it's in one of his last few balls.
All right. If you got to take a player here, I'm just saying right now, just right now, if your life depended on picking the winner of this match, who you picking?
This match right here or the entire thing? All right, well, look, Scotty's got a Fortify tag on his sleeve, so you know I'm not going against Scotty. Martin's going to bring up a great race, a great match. He's been hitting the ball really well, and he seems really happy today. When he brings that happiness, that energy, right? He talked about having his sushi, and he's got the same kind of vibe going today. I don't know. I'm going to go Scotty. I have to.
But then you forgot Josh Koch, who has the longest recorded drive in PLDA history, 496 yards. And Zach Holton, no slouch. He was top 8 last year, the World Championship.
I can't take Josh out of that because I had to pay that $500 out anyway, right? So I'm not going to count out Josh, but Scotty's wearing the logo. So I got to stick with Scotty. He's in a zone, and but yeah, you're right. You got some bangers here. So let's see what happens.
So Josh was just doing some sort of Tai Chi move out on the tee box. Did we catch that on video? Did you see that? He was doing like some sort of stretch or something, but it was like Tai Chi, man. Yeah.
All right. So Costello takes that set. He moves up to 700 points.
I think his 4 slot has an advantage right now because of the wind. I think these guys are all pretty quick. This is a tough group right here. This group right here could be the Final Four at the World Championship in September.
So we're not going to have any drama in this group. All 4 guys currently on the tee box are in the top 8. So not going to be any upsets here.
Yeah, but Andy's life depends on Scotty Pierman winning this match. Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
He's good at 350 right now.
yeah.
So I'll take that. Oh, no. Zach comes in at 353. All right. All players have numbers on the board. Scotty's still angry. Doesn't look like that one's going to work. Martin does the little peekaboo. Where are you? Trying to find where his ball's going. This is a tough group right here.
I think you might see a good one out of Koch here.
He's due. He's definitely due. Scotty, come on. Keep it. No. We're going.
53 is a good shot from that number 1 tee slot, hitting the most into the wind. Scotty would be most with the wind right here. So if he catches a good one, he could, he's got the wind advantage.
All players have two balls left. Josh, I don't know if that one's going to cut it. Let's see where we go. I want to see it out here. Scotty going right again, not turning. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Hypercore. They've been generous to contribute to the PLDA, and we appreciate the support. I don't understand who does the camera stuff around here, but they don't put it in spots very well. Scotty going OB left on his lap. I think that's it. I think those numbers are staying where they are. I don't see any other. A lot of confirmations.
So I hope you didn't bet too much on it because he didn't get the win there.
Yeah, it was a little tough one. Scotty, 3 odds short, but we talked about it, right? We had a lot of big hitters here. Zach, I apologize in advance, man. I should have picked you anyway, but
so Zach's probably going to take it with 353, followed by Martin Borgmeyer 345, or excuse me, Scotty at 350.
all confirmed.
Then Martin at 345, and then Josh. But that has very little effect
on the top 8.
on the out. It has no effect on the top 8. The top 8's already been set. The only thing they're doing now is falling in place for the seeding going into the double elimination.
Who surprises you the most on this top 8?
I would probably say Colton Calcanis. Colton is a solid player, an amateur. He's not the fastest guy out there, but he hits a lot of balls consistently in play with really good ball flight. So, all the other guys, they're all fast. Scotty's fast. Martin's fast. Zach's fast. Mark Costello is a very relaxed guy. You don't see him get too excited about stuff, but he is really fast. Sam, all those guys. The bottom two, Jacob Galladay and Colton Calcanis, are both tacticians, I would say. Specialists in ball flight, and they hang. That's where it's a differentiator that you don't have to be the fastest guy in the world. So
yeah, I was going to say no upsets, honestly, because Colton's cashed in the last 3 events, so him moving on to the final rounds does not surprise me at all. He's got a little bit of momentum right now, and he's just riding it.
Yeah,
riding that wave.
Well, we got next set coming up. When we start in the next one?
We're going right into it.
15 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're going to give Seamus about 15 minutes here to set up the brackets, get everybody input into the system, and then we're going to get straight into it.
Let's get it. All right.
45 minutes?
Oh.
That is way too long.
Yeah, I can't talk for that long.
I can't handle that kind of anticipation.
Thanks, everybody.
I cannot handle that kind of anticipation. It's like, what am I going to do for 45 minutes? I'm probably going to end up having to eat this sandwich. All right. So there's how the previous set played out. Scotty Pierman, 900 points. Martin Borgmeyer, 800. Zach Holton, Mark Costello, Sam Judah, Josh Koch, Jacob Galladay, and Colton Calcanis. Moving on to the double elimination coming up. Now here's the bad news. I hate to break it to the broadcast, but we are running double elimination for the second round. And sadly, we don't have a scoring system for the double elimination formats because there's no way to fit that many squares on one screen. So sadly, there will be no live scoring from here out, but we're going to do our best to keep everybody informed as to what's going on. So 3:45 puts us at 1:30 Eastern time. So here's what we're going to do for the simplicity sake of YouTube and organization, because we've been running for almost 5 hours now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shut it back. I'm going to shut it down. We're going to pick everything back up for round 2 at 1:30 Eastern time. So stick around. We'll be back at 1:30.